Set.
And we are live streaming. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. This morning, we will consider a number of budget initiatives, and then we're also going to do language reviews on, I think, 7 different bills to send them on their way out of committee. And we will start, as we always do, with our committee introductions. Just going to call on committee members as I see you. And Representative Thorne, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy Monday morning to everyone. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent House District 103 in the towns of Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in still snowy Penobscot County.
Representative Reckitt.
Morning. I'm Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Representative Evangelos.
Good morning, everybody. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and I reside in Friendship.
Representative Moriarty.
Good morning, all. I'm Steve Moriarty from Cumberland and the southern part of Bray, which together make up House District 45.
Senator Sanborn.
Good morning, I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook, where I'm pleased to report that there's a lot of mud, but no snow.
Senator Keim.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim, and I'm proud to represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County, into 2 communities in Androscoggin, and we have a lot of mud and a little bit of snow.
Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and welcome everyone. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent Biddeford's House District 12.
Co-Chair Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues and members of the public. I am Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside.
And we are joined this morning by Peggy Reinsch, OPLA analyst, and also by Susan Panett, our committee clerk. And I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, where I reside, and a little bit of Scarborough. And so let's see, let's start, committee members, with our budget work on the Maine Commission for Indigent Legal Services initiative. Peggy, thank you so much for all of your work on getting those ready for today. And I think we should probably see if Justin Andrus is here. She is. I will bring him over to the panel, and committee members, there are others who are available to give us information as we move forward in this discussion if necessary. And so actually, before I bring Justin Andrus over, let's discuss the first initiative and see, we'll bring him over when we feel that we need him. Actually, I'm having second thoughts. Sorry, everybody. I'm going to bring him over now.
Oh. And I do want to say that I ran these, all of this by Justin on Friday. And then we did some tweaking over the weekend. And so it wasn't like I put this together all by myself.
Thanks, and welcome, Justin Andrus, back to the Judiciary Committee.
Good morning, thank you.
And so let's see, Peggy, do you want to give us just kind of in a nutshell what the first initiative is, or
yes, I'll be happy to, and I'd be happy to share my screen too, if that's helpful.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful.
Okay, I'll start with that. So this used to be what we called the flying squad, or what Executive Director Andrus called the flying squad, but here's a new name that you can try out, the Rural Public Defender Unit. And this is the 5 attorneys that Mr. Andrus had talked about. one at the elected DA equivalent grade, 2 at the ADA grade 38, and 2 at the ADA equivalent grade of 30. So you've got 5 people. He's recognizing that some of them would probably be fairly new to legal practice, but he'd like to make sure that there are people who have some experience for this. So he can talk to you about the details about how that would be situated. Here, this is what I think is the numbers that are going to go to appropriations. That's the total number. 5 positions, personal services, all other. This is, we assume this is for a full year, so starting in July. And here's the information below that. Here's the information where we get to those numbers. So what the different costs are. Did I double all of those? I think, no, this one's single. So 2 of these, 1 of these, for a total of 704,000. And then all of the ancillary costs. And Justin put that information together in that memo. I had to pull out some of those costs out of personal services. Those actually go into all other. These numbers should equal what he had. So hopefully these are the numbers that OFPR will look at and agree are pretty accurate. So this is the flying squad, the 2 groups of 2 attorneys and 1 in the office that can be dispatched where they're needed in various places around the state, but mostly in the rural areas. And that's that.
Committee members, any questions while we have the screen share up still? If so, can you raise your electronic hands, because that way you pop to the top of the queue. Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is self-evident, but I'd just like to get it on the record. Peggy and Justin, I take it that these 5 attorneys are or represent full-time positions.
They do.
Yes.
Thank
Yeah.
Okay.
And this number here, that would be a full-time position in this slot where it says positions.
Yes.
But it wouldn't hurt to say that somewhere along the line.
Exactly.
Okay.
And just as a follow-up, they don't take the place of rurally based private practitioners, but they are there as a guaranteed source of representation.
That's right. And if I may, I appreciate the change in the title because Flying Squad was far too informal for a thing we were really going to do. But I would propose changing the word rural to deployable or dispatchable, something like that. And the only reason for that, in my view, is from time to time, the place where we need to fit somebody may not qualify as rural under somebody else's definition. Just want to make sure that if we have access to these folks, we have the greatest flexibility in using them where we need to use them. Certainly the case right now, it's principally in rural counties. So.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty, did you have any follow-up questions?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Reckitt, go ahead.
Thank you. I had one question. Now I have 2. I would contend that we would be way better off leaving the title as rural. And I say that because I think that's our best chance of getting it funded. And it's also the most critical need. I understand what Justin is saying about the flexibility, but I think that I don't want to give any sense of thought that somebody from this crew is ever going to be used in Cumberland County. I mean, I think it's, or York County. I mean, I think almost any other place in the state, you can figure out a rural justification for, perhaps not Lewiston as well, but I just think it would sell better as rural. But the question I had originally, before you mention the name change, is the a question of, you say that they'll be based in the office. What office? Where is this office we're talking about? Is it Augusta?
It is.
It is.
So we have two houses joined by an internal breezeway. We
Mhm.
occupy one of them now. No one's on the other side. And so my hope would be to be able to use that space. We've been in formal discussions about that without commitments, but my hope would be able to use that space. If we couldn't, we have a conference room that we don't really use as a conference room. Hopefully we'll set it up to broadcast meetings and things. But we could certainly put appropriately sized cube, modular workstations in there, and people could work from there. I mean, my plan is that most of these folks would be primarily out doing their thing, but I think they do need somewhere to sit and work when they're not on the road, and that they need place to keep files and things like that. So because we don't have other space, that seems to be the best.
Yeah, my concern is that if we're thinking that the greatest need is in Aroostook, Washington, and northern Penobscot County, perhaps, my question is, it's really, to me, it doesn't conceptualize well to start in Augusta and have to get to wherever it is that they're going to be actually practicing these jobs that we're asking them to do. And it just doesn't sit so well with me. I don't know. Maybe it's, the whole thing's virtual and we're used to that now and it'll be fine. But I'm just worried about whether or not we'll have a huge amount of ancillary costs to get these folks up to where they really need to be in order to engage in the defense. Thanks.
Thanks, Representative Rickett. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Justin, to follow up on, Executive Director Andrus, to follow up on Representative Rickett's questions. Isn't part of the reason to have it based in Augusta is so that these folks can be supervised by the person who's coming in at sort of the district attorney level?
Yes. So thank you. So the person coming in at the district attorney level would be the unit supervisor, and then they would answer to us. And the ability to oversee the development and implementation of that and to provide oversight of this unit, I think, is enhanced by being able to meet in person. I acknowledge the costs of travel and lodging, so that's certainly a real concern. On the other hand, if we put this in Aroostook County, the travel to Washington County is still very substantial and vice versa. I haven't calculated what that savings is, Representative Rickett. And so I have to think that through against the cost of having a structure somewhere. But from a managerial perspective, the ability to see what's going on and meet with people in person and have those meetings be, somebody could walk into my office and it'd be much more flat than to be at home today, but we're in the office more and more. That has some value. It's hard to quantify that against financial cost, but that has some, I think, operational and supervision value.
An additional question, if
Go
I
ahead.
might. Thank you. Executive Director Andrus, you mentioned getting space for these folks in Augusta. If you took over additional space, do you have money in your budget for, I assume that would be an increase in rent? Is that built into this proposal?
So first, if we have them in the big conference space, it's in the existing space, and then the ancillary costs contain the things like desks and things. We don't pay rent for the Smith building, the Smith house that we're in now, because it's a state-owned property.
Oh.
So that's provided to us by the state. I don't have a commitment, and so I don't know with certainty we could use the other part of the house. We don't necessarily need it, but I don't expect an increase in rent either way. We have done some preliminary numbers on expected cost per square feet in other counties. And I could pull that up in a minute. I try not to be researching while we're talking. But I don't know, we haven't identified a specific space. And so I don't really know what's available for that purpose in those counties.
Thank you.
Committee members, any additional thoughts or questions about the first initiative? I am not seeing any. Oh, Representative Evangelos, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. I was going to make a motion if we're handling these one by one.
I think we are. And you can go ahead with your motion.
I'll make a motion that item 1 be moved in for the mobile squad.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? I would just like to share my thoughts on this. I think that this is a really important aspect of the work that we're doing on indigent legal services for a couple of different reasons. One is that, as the executive director indicated, it will really help meet needs throughout the state where there aren't existing attorneys available to assign criminal defense cases to. It also meets some other needs that we have. For example, we heard from those providing defenses, kind of an legal defense, an urgent plea for support, including relief on student loan repayments. And as we'll see as we get deeper into the initiatives, having attorneys who work for the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services will make available potentially other funding that can provide student loan relief to some attorneys. And so this particular unit meets a lot of different needs that we've heard. It also, I think, meets the need of bringing attorneys into rural parts of our state where they may actually end up considering settling down and opening up their own practices in the future. So I think it's a kind of a win-win-win all the way around. Any other comments, committee members? Representative Babbage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Christopher Babbage, House District 8, Kennebunk. I just wanted to weigh in that we have we have important initiatives in front of us, but I'm no more excited than I am for this particular one, which I think is money well allocated. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thanks for introducing yourself as well. All right, is the committee ready for the vote on this first initiative? Looks like we are. And Supi, thank you. You can call the vote, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the motion to include this initiative in our report to the Appropriations Committee is approved 10-0 with 4 committee members absent, and we can move on now to the second initiative. And Peggy, I thought the screen sharing worked great.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
As soon as you start talking about it more, I will stop sharing, and then if you want me to pull it up again, I will. So
Okay.
this
Can
is,
you make it just a little bit bigger as well,
let's try.
please? Thanks. Ah, much better. Thank
Okay.
you.
This is the legal research resources, electronic access, as well as some paper publications. The total would be about $275,000. That's all other expenses. And it would, this is a number that Executive Director Andrus got as an estimate for one of the electronic access platforms, Westlaw Edge. As an example, up to 300 attorney licenses. Here's the cost that they gave him. We're assuming that would be similar to any other provider that has that same or better, or maybe not quite the same resources available online. And then also there are some written materials that attorneys that are practicing, especially in criminal court, are going to need: court rules, jury instructions, the statutes. He thought that would be about $765 per attorney. And one of the ideas was to base the actual reimbursement. So an attorney would have to buy these and then submit a voucher or whatever for reimbursement. And that would be based on the amount of time they spent doing cases for MCILS. Another option that Senator Carney asked me to add was first year that you're working for MCILS, that is reimbursed completely. You get that full amount. Each year after, if you hit the threshold for the year before, you would still get that paid for completely. So, I mean, I guess you probably wouldn't have to decide how that's going to go forward if you budget it for a total of $765 for each attorney, and then you can talk about how MCILS would reimburse those costs. But I just want to make sure you realize there could be different ways of doing it to make sure that they still had all those paper materials as well as the electronic access.
And Peggy, so MCILS and Executive Director Andrus could come up with whatever formula he or the commission felt was appropriate. And we don't need to decide that today, I would assume.
I would think you wouldn't. I mean, you could say they have to do it in rules or something, or you could just leave it up to their wisdom, see how it works.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thanks.
So 275, 580.
Committee members, any questions? I am not seeing any questions. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move the initiative regarding legal research forward, and I'd like to speak to it briefly.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. And Representative Harnett, go ahead and speak to the motion, and then we'll call on other committee members.
Thank you very much. And this will be a common refrain from me during the day. We've heard a lot about the need for parity between how prosecutors are treated, reimbursed, paid for trainings, et cetera, and how that does not happen to the defense bar in Maine, for the public defense bar, rostered attorneys. This to me is a very important first step in equalizing that treatment. And I think it is money well spent. And frankly, I think it's been terribly unfair that this cost has been borne by private rostered attorneys who, as we know, are not even being fully compensated in their hourly rate. So I'm happy to support this initiative as we move closer towards parity. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was whether we wanted to kind of take out some of the either or language in the initiative and just be more decisive and clear to the AFA committee, and just sort of saying this is how much it's going to cost annually. I'm not sure we have to go into specifics about exactly what the formula would be for reimbursement, but or we could just pick one of those two formulas. I just thought that either or language is a bit equivocal.
And my thought was just the language I have highlighted here would be going to appropriation. So
Okay.
Avoiding, yeah, okay.
Okay, perfect. I think that's fine. I think we want to be clear and decisive with our colleagues as opposed to vague.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim?
Thank you. I guess this brings a question to my mind that for Justin. And I am wondering, is part of this consideration that if someone takes only one case, then that therefore maybe they wouldn't be getting a full reimbursement for materials versus the person whose practice is pretty much fully rostered with MCLS? I mean, is that, or are you looking, is the reason for this because you want to cap how much it's going to be and then just distribute it fairly between them based on the amount of work they do? I'm just trying to understand what the thought process was behind this, and if we're going to also put in that something about rulemaking around this, or would you already have the authority to do rulemaking around this?
Thank you. So for me, there's a tension between making sure that every person who handles even one of our cases is properly resourced, and making sure that what I ask from the legislature is reasonably related to the services, and that I can support it, not just to this committee whose support we really appreciate, but also to those who are sometimes more skeptical about us. So my sense of it is both to make the cost reasonable, but I've budgeted it at as if everybody's going to be able to get 100% reimbursement, do 100% of our work, do our work 100% of their practice is really what I mean to say. But I hadn't thought of the idea that when somebody joins, they get a reimbursement that allows them to get the first round of material, but that then the rest of it is, ongoing, is conditioned on doing a certain level of work. There's some merit there, I think, that I hadn't thought about. I want to make sure, so just so you know, when we did our survey, the average person does about 70% of his or her practice, or their practice is our work. So it wouldn't be 100% as the cutoff, but perhaps we could say, you got to do at least half your practice, or a third of your practice is our stuff before you qualify. And then, if we're going to do that view, that idea that you get the first set, so we know we're providing the baseline resource to the person, makes a certain amount of sense. I came into that backwards, but in my imaginary universe where cost was no object, I'd give everybody everything they could possibly need, of course. I'm trying to be practical. In terms of rulemaking, I think right now we're constrained to paying counsel for what's called reimbursement in the statute. That's where the $80 an hour ties in. We're capped at that $80 an hour. And so I would infer legislative intent here to give us that authority if this went forward. I think it does make sense for it to be the product of formal rulemaking. It could be internal commission rulemaking. It doesn't necessarily have to be major substantive, but it does make sense to me to put out what we're going to do, get feedback, let people comment, make sure all of that's public and there isn't any sort of concern that we've gone into a dark chamber to make up rules about this. That's not really how we work anyway, but having it be public and transparent makes a certain amount of sense to me.
So then I guess my question, just so that I understand you, is that if we appropriate this now, I guess I'm confused about what, so is the expectation that there would be rulemaking around how this works, practically speaking, after the first year? I mean, I would imagine that at first you're handing, you have to provide it to everyone, but then after that, there's, I guess I don't understand like the year 1, year 2, year 3, because we're not appropriating all those years, but we're talking about them. So I got lost here a little bit, I guess. And then are we, and is the assumption that there will be rulemaking around this and that will be decided later? And the 275 covers every attorney right now. Is that correct?
Yes, the 275, well, it's at 300.
Right,
So,
right.
okay, so we have slightly fewer than that actively seeking cases, and actually slightly more than that currently serving a case. And so I don't know where that's going to stabilize exactly. The year 1, year 2, year 3 are the prices that Westlaw gave us for their incremental cost for their contract. That's where those numbers come from for 300 licenses. Typically they scale. So if we needed 306 licenses, we would scale proportionately. My assumption is, I was very pleased that although $50,000 a year is not trivial across 300 people, it's relatively inexpensive compared to what I used to pay in private practice, for example, and to the numbers we had previously. So I'm thinking about it as though if you're doing our work, maybe above some relatively low cutoff, then we'll provide you Westlaw or whomever wins the RFP, but Westlaw is currently far and away least expensive for a good product. And then the book hard material stipend payment will be based on actually what you got, and also based on how much of the work you did. And so I don't know if that's answering the question, but I'm trying to give you the two breakout there. In terms of the rulemaking, I can go draft the rule. We can have that through for July 1, no problem. In terms of whether everybody would qualify this year and then it would be after that proportionate, I hadn't thought about that issue. But I think that where my goal is get everybody the services they need, that makes some sense.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this may be a question to which the answer is obvious, but Peggy, when you describe the written materials that would be available, does that include the West Publishing Company regional reporter system?
I don't believe so. And I think the reason it doesn't is because of the electronic access. So you wouldn't have the paper copies of all the cases, First Circuit or whatever, or but what you'd have the electronic access to all of those.
Well, that I guess that's what I meant.
Oh, yes. So the electronic access.
Third.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, we as a state employee and employee of the legislature, my office has a subscription through the law library to Westlaw, and so I have access to all of that.
Okay.
And I'm expecting that is what what the executive director would be negotiating for a contract for all of the attorneys that are doing work for MCILS.
It might be good, it occurs to me, just to make a brief reference to the incredible amount of material that's accessible via West electronically for those folks in AFA who may not be familiar with that. That's all I have here.
May I step in, Madam Chair?
Yes, briefly, go ahead.
Very briefly. So this is a Westlaw Edge product. It has the equivalent of the digest system through its internal case structuring system, and allows you to search across topics. It will be, it's all cases and statutes, so it would be nationwide. It will allow you to find precedent from other places, and it had access to secondary sources. I don't have a complete list of that, but it'll have at least have the major restatements and AmJur, AJR, right? AmJur is what I mean to say. And I think, and I wanted to not misspeak, but at least a selection of secondary treatise materials, law review materials, that sort of stuff. So it's not everything there is in the world, but it is pretty broad-based under that Edge subscription.
Okay, good.
Thank you both. Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this question is probably for Attorney Andrus. Where do you see this affecting the numbers within MCILS? Is this anticipated to perhaps boost the number of participating attorneys? In your opinion? I know it's only an opinion.
Sure. I think at a minimum, it'll help with retention and it may help with return. And I guess I would really be speculating to think about whether it will attract, this alone will attract new people, although I think changes generally will have that effect. But we do expect people to be able to write high quality legal materials and don't provide them the access to that. And I think that's not, I hear that is a very significant frustration from a lot of people in the bar. So I do think that that will help.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question and the answer. Committee members, I just wanted to raise the suggestion that we add routine technical rulemaking to this proposal. And I wanted to ask the co-chair Harnett, since he was the mover of this initiative, whether he wished to amend it to add that, and then if it's okay with the seconder.
I am comfortable with that amendment to make it routine technical rulemaking. Yep.
Thank you. And it looks like Representative Evangelos is comfortable with that as well. And so the motion before the committee would be to approve this as an initiative in our report back to the Appropriations Committee. This initiative as amended to include routine technical rulemaking. Is there any additional discussion on this motion? I am not seeing any. I think we're ready for the vote. Soupy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion passes 10-0 with 4 absences who will have an opportunity to vote over the next 48 hours. And now we can move on to the third initiative.
Oops. So the third initiative is training. And this would be, everyone can see that, okay, whoops. So this would be an all other appropriation of $300 and that $300,000. And Executive Director Andrus had identified that as estimate for the facilities and food for 4 two-day in-person trainings per year at $250,000. So a central location, people would come for 2 days. The honoraria for expert teachers would be about $50,000 a year. So that's a maximum of $250,000. Paying counsel for their time in attending trainings, although he didn't think an appropriation was necessary, might need some statutory authority. I haven't drafted that yet. Another option in talking with Senator Carney was still have this budget for training, but have some different alternatives, different options for training, having them in different locations around the state, having them hybrid. So people who were there can attend in person, but people who aren't there don't have to travel, but can still participate. And maybe do some fully remote. But in any case, have that budget of all other and not tie it to a particular method of providing the training. I think that was the intention.
Thanks, Peggy.
And yeah, so if you might want to take out these specifics about facilities, food, and honoraria, maybe you include some of that, but you don't want to tie the hands of the commission in presenting the training.
Committee members, any questions while we've got the screen share up? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't think I need the screen up, but that's fine. And this is a question for Executive Director Andrus. It seems like you established this with an in-person training with people all coming together. Would you have concerns about doing it remotely or hybrid? And would that be able to substantially reduce cost in your mind without costing any effectiveness or efficiency?
So I would answer that there's no question in my mind, in-person meetings are more valuable. The sort of cross-pollination that occurs at those things is extremely valuable. In the relationship building, opportunities to meet people who can become mentors or provide information. And so where possible, I'd like people to be in person. However, having the option of having some hybrid probably is a good idea. It's another example where I was maybe limited in my thinking. And particularly if that was the only way somebody could attend. So my goal is to have as many in-person trainings with as many people in the same place as possible fiscally and from a public health perspective. But not limiting it that way would be, I think, a good addition to the repertoire.
Thank you.
Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question for Executive Director Andrus is how much ability is built in for you to move funds from one area to the other within the budget?
So within our existing budget, we have our personal services account and we have all other accounts, and then we have both general fund accounts and revenue accounts. And so in the all other side of both the general fund and revenue accounts, we can move things around how we will within the scope of our authority, existing authority to do different things. So I think that answers the first part of the question. The reason that I think it's important to have a specific appropriation is in part for the authority that comes with it to do this in this way, and also to ensure that we don't get to a place where we're caught between paying attorneys or doing training as quarters or years or bienniums come to a conclusion. That's been a problem in the past. It's not currently a problem. I'm not anticipating that in this biennium. I'm not always clear on whether things lapse or don't lapse, but I sort of see this as an up to budget, not a way to take surplus and put it somewhere else unless there were particular authority or reason to do that for something else mission critical.
Okay, and follow up if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So would this be a yearly report out as far as any amount carry forward or along those lines?
So I don't know the answer to that from a budget office perspective. In terms of the report out, absolutely. This activity would be reflected in our monthly reports that go to the commission every month, and would be reflected in my year-end report about how we've spent the money and what we've done with it. If we had this particular opportunity, it'd get its own memo with bells on, because this would be a fantastic addition to what we're able to do to support our attorneys. But even once it was ritual, it would certainly be part of the report.
Okay, and last question, I think maybe either for Peggy or for you, Madam Chair, is are these numbers set for 3 years? Is that what I'm to assume as a goal, if you will, budget?
I don't have the answer. I don't know if Peggy does or Executive Director Andrus might.
I'm just curious if it's something that would be adjusted year to year, like a handicap, or, are we short on this goal? We should have allocated more, or we're short here and we can move it over there and it kind of adjust on the fly, or is it something that's locked in for 3 years and see where it is after 3 years?
Well, that does raise a good point that we should make sure that we're saying all of these things are ongoing, especially for the all other accounts, which means it goes into the baseline. And at least the way the legislature has been doing the budget lately, the baseline carries forward into the next biennial budget. And then there can be adjustments to reduce that, or adjustments to increase it if it's not enough. But once you have it in the baseline, that's kind of like, the starting line. And so, that's a good point to raise, that we need to make sure that these are not considered one-time appropriations, because that's not your intention, I don't think.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn?
So my question, Justin, is if you could speak a little bit to the parity aspect of this particular line item as well. It seems like a big expense to me, $250,000 for the trainings, not including the time for the folks attending them, which I think is really important for us to include as well, though it might not need a separate appropriation. But then putting it in perspective with regards to what the prosecutors have available to them annually. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, and unfortunately, part of this is in the conditional, because what I've been trying to do is ensure that we train our folks and that it's not at their expense, either with an outlay or opportunity cost, to make it similar to prosecutors. Now, as I understand that the last 2 years of the annual prosecutors conference have been remote. Prior to that, it was in person. That was a county-borne cost for the prosecutors' offices, and I sought information but didn't yet receive information about exactly what that cost. It also varied county to county. Just some counties gave each prosecutor their own room, some doubled up. So it was a little hard to work with exactly. In developing these numbers, I frankly look to the cost that MACTL has for the facility it typically uses, and went from there to, I expect ours are going to be bigger because they're going to be at no cost, and we have a slightly bigger bar, and perhaps some of them will be required, or some number of them will be required. And so I scaled to try and accommodate that, but that's an estimate. At the end of the day, I don't know exactly what that's going to cost. That's how I arrived at that. I do think it is absolutely vital, and it sounds like many of you agree, so I don't mean to preach, but I do think it's vital that we be providing this so that folks are not having to pay out of pocket for trainings we expect them to have.
I had a follow-up question as well, Justin, Andrus, and that is that, so attorneys are required to have a certain number of continuing legal education credits every year. And so would this 2-day training module completely satisfy for an attorney who is a member of the panel that continuing legal education requirement?
A couple of parts to that answer. So there's the Board of Overseers continuing education requirement, and then there's our continuing education requirement. And it would certainly be my goal to meet both. Now, our trainings would need to be qualified by the Board of Overseers to receive credit. We're typically able to do that. So I anticipate that, but can't promise it. I hope we would be able to have an ethics component because, and for anyone who's listening and doesn't know, the Board of Overseers requires some general education credits and also an ethics hour and a harassment and discrimination training. And so ideally we'd be able to offer both of those, and either in collaboration with them or with agreement from them that whatever we had done would qualify. So we'd certainly work for that. As far as our requirements, it would be my goal that these 4 sessions would more than qualify for our requirements. So you wouldn't even necessarily have to do all 4 to get the scope of education that we needed council to have to be able to continue in the program. They would probably still be able to make most or perhaps all of their hours through other qualified programs. It wouldn't necessarily be the only way to do it. But it would certainly allow them to do that that way. The exception would be, in my view, the baseline initial training when we bring a new lawyer in, and we want to give them, because we don't want to subject all of our experienced attorneys to that baseline training, but we also want to make sure people get that baseline training. So that would be a different requirement from that ongoing requirement.
So is your vision that an attorney who is an active member of the panel with, say, 5 years of experience would actually attend all 4 of the 2-day trainings, or would attend just one of the 2-day trainings? I was thinking it was the latter, but I wasn't sure.
So in my imaginary universe, we'd have such great trainings, we could get everybody to come to them all and make sure that everybody had the benefit of distinct trainings, 8 days, distinct training that, and that would be perfect. The reality is it's not going to work with people's schedules. And so more likely it's going to be offered and encouraged, but some minimum required. Frankly, I need to work with the bar to make sure that in trying to support them, I'm not going to impose a standard that actually is problematic. Law of unintended consequences has been my theme this year. And so I'm not sure where that will work out. I hope we have such a robust and deep set of trainings that people are really incentivized to attend all of them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that fulfilling those CLE requirements is expensive for practicing attorneys. And I think that this initiative really helps meet a significant need for a lot of members of the bar. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Anders, do you foresee that experienced members of the bar in criminal defense work would be willing to volunteer their time to serve as lecturers or instructors for these programs, thereby reducing the projected cost of teachers?
Certainly historically, some have been willing to do that. Some have asked for some compensation for the development time. It's not trivial to sit down and develop the curriculum and make sure the law is solid and all that sort of stuff. So hopefully we would have folks willing to contribute, a bulk of that time. And that would help defray the honoraria side of it. We also are hoping to bring in some regional or national level folks, and there's typically costs associated with that. Some of those people have been willing to work with other organizations in return for being put up and having a nice weekend in Maine, and those costs can be limited in some instances. Others, there's some freight, but they're worth the freight for the skill set that they're able to help our folks develop.
Thank you.
Committee members, any additional questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. We do not have a motion on this item yet. Representative Barnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move the initiative regarding training.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Evangelos. Committee members, any discussion? I just have one more thing to share. I think this is a very important initiative. I am definitely prepared to vote for it. I am a little concerned at the question that Representative Moriarty raised about, are there ways to achieve a little bit of savings? But I also feel that the executive director is, really reaching for parity with the training that prosecutors are receiving, and I think it's a super important initiative, and so I'm prepared to support it. Any other discussion? All right, I think we're ready for the vote. Thank you, Supi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting, 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion carries 10-0 with 4 absences. Belatedly, I would like to bring up a concern that just occurred to me, whether this was an initiative where we also wanted to either include some kind of routine technical rulemaking, or whether we feel that this is already encompassed within the statutory authority of the commission, such that we don't need to raise that. I'm just not remembering if that was an issue. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't recall either. I just wonder if the director has a feeling on that.
So historically, the commission has treated its contract authority as encompassing providing these trainings. We have floated an RFP and have a training outstanding, for example. So I think that it's appropriate for us to have a policy for sure, putting some frameworks around expectations here, but I don't think we need rulemaking.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Senator Sanborn?
My question was whether the initiative includes the statutory language to authorize reimbursement for the time that attorneys are in the training, because I do think that's really critical and probably needs to be included as like verbal, what is it called? Like a statutory part of the budget initiative. Peggy, I'm drawing a blank on what's that called. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you should probably put it one place or another.
Okay,
yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if that was included in the motion that we had already voted on, but if it isn't in the committee's view, I would make a separate motion for that. So I don't know exactly how we want to approach that.
Yeah, it does. It does. I'm seeing the note now that statutory authority would be necessary. Did you want to make a motion to that effect, Senator Sanborn?
If we don't consider it part of the last one, then yes, I would move that we add statutory language to the budget to authorize reimbursement for the time that attorneys are spending in their trainings.
Thank you. And let me just check with Representative Harnett to see if he was including that in his original motion. Go ahead, Representative.
That was my intention to include it as it was in the initiative itself. If we need it for clarity, I'm happy to second the motion of Senator Sanborn.
So I think it means a clarification of the blippy language where it says initiative. If we can make sure it says ongoing and make sure that it covers the cost of facilities, the hourly rate of attorneys in attendance, any necessary expenses, as well as honoraria for expert teaching, expert training, something like that. Because I don't know if Mr. Andrus feels like we need to actually amend Title IV to say that they can be reimbursed for this.
Justin Andrus, can you weigh in on that?
I think there are two ways for me to go about it. So each year we renew our registration with council, and I have contract authority. And so I could amend that registration process to provide through contract the ability to be paid to attend the trainings, if the trainings are actually attended, of course. Under the statute, I can only pay counsel for services provided to clients. And so either of those vehicles can, I think, get me to the same place under existing statutory authority. I guess from an operational flexibility perspective, I prefer the contract route. From the perspective of oversight, you may prefer the statutory route, and I'm certainly okay with it.
Committee members, does anybody wish to weigh in on that? Senator Sanborn, what's your feeling?
Don't really know what the right course of action is.
Okay. I would like us to look at a statutory change and to consider that on a language review type final look at these initiatives that we're going to send back to AFA. I am just a little concerned about the limitations in the statute on reimbursement. That sounds okay, Peggy?
Yes, so I'm looking at section Title IV, section 1805, and one of the responsibilities of the executive director is to, and I think this is a typo, but it says subsection 10A, reimbursement of expenses, administer and improve reimbursement of expenses incurred by assigned counsel and contract counsel as described in 1805A. I would have thought that was administer and approve reimbursement, but
well, fodder for the errors bill.
yeah. No, it says that in 1805A, administer and improve reimbursement by establishing procedures. So maybe that is what we intended when we wrote that. I will be happy to work with Executive Director Andrus to figure out exactly how to word the statute to add that in.
Thank you. And so just to close the loop on that, so our vote did intend to include paying counsel for their time spent attending trainings, and we're going to look at some statutory language to make the authority crystal clear on that. Representative Babbage, your hand is up. Did you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Laura right now. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I approve of that process and going over it in language review so that everybody is understanding and on the same page and putting it in the initiative itself. Peggy, I wanted to ask, I'm forgetting why no allocation is necessary. Is that because of the wording of 1805? Why is no appropriation necessary? No appropriation being necessary for paying counsel for attendance?
because I think Executive Director Andrus is saying that that's already part of their hourly, what's already budgeted for them hourly. So that's how you would be using the existing appropriation.
That's it.
And right.
Thank you.
So that would be okay. And I think what I was looking at was reimbursement by clients as opposed to reimbursing, actually paying. So forget what I said. Can you just back up the tape and kind of erase that? Improve was probably right. And I'm citing the wrong part of the statute where the commission pays attorneys for their services.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, everybody, are we all set on the third initiative? I think we are. Move on to the fourth initiative.
That's me.
When you're ready. I know you're juggling a lot of different screens right now.
Okay, so here is number 4 is the contracts to specialists. This is one of the things that Executive Director Andrus was recommending to provide support to all the attorneys across the state who are working for MCLS. And these 4, so this is what I would expect the initiative to look like going forward to appropriations. And then the rest of this is the explanation. And if you remember, he identified 4 areas where he could contract with specialists, diversion and mitigation specialists. So to help people not even get that conviction or go to court, but use the diversion process, or appellate assistance, different people helping with appeals going forward, mentoring new lawyers. And then a different category would be attorneys available as co-counsel with a new attorney, or actually being the lead counsel with a new attorney assisting them. So to give that new attorney more hands-on practice. Those were the 4 that were identified. They would all be through an RFP process. And I'm sure that Executive Director Andrus can give you more details if you have questions.
Thank you. Committee members, questions while the screen share is still up? Not seeing any. Thank you all, and thanks, Peggy. And now let's turn to questions for Executive Director Andrus or Peggy. And I'm not seeing any questions at all. So is there, committee members, is there a motion? Senator Sanborn?
I move that we approve this initiative or send it to AFA. I voted in.
Thank you. And is there a second? Seconded. Representative Evangelos, your hand is up. Seconded by Representative Evangelos. Thank you. Committee members, is there any discussion of this initiative? Senator Sanborn?
I just wanted to clarify again with Peggy that the section where you've cut and pasted the explanation isn't going to go to AFA, right? That was just for our understanding.
Right.
Okay.
And I should add in the word ongoing.
Yes. Good, thanks.
All right, is the committee ready for a vote? It appears that we are. Senator Keim?
Sorry, I couldn't find my button soon enough. I asked this before, but I know that I will be talking about this again, and I'll have to make a note for myself, but it is a contract, so it's not legislative count. This is not increasing the count, right? Okay, just double checking. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I think we're ready, Soupy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion to include this initiative in our report to the Appropriations Committee is approved 10-0 with 4 absences. Now we can move on to initiative number 5.
Initiative number 5 is to increase the hourly rate to $100 an hour. It is currently 80, but it just did go to 80. And the difference between, this is what we've worked out, the difference between paying $80 an hour and $100 an hour works out to, this is the number I got, $4,649,763.
Thanks. Committee members.
No, I was just going to say, this is what would go to appropriations. And all of these numbers before, I mean, we'll definitely have OFPR work on them and they'll realize they're coming from us and they haven't had their thorough going over by OFPR.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Committee members, questions? Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did the committee want to entertain a differentiated rate for homicide cases and cases that take, high-level experience, a lot of time? I know that we discussed that with the commissioners when we held a couple sessions. I'm just throwing it out there for discussion.
Okay. Would any committee member like to, thank you for raising the issue. Any committee member like to discuss that or perhaps hear from Executive Director Andrus? Executive Director Andrus, could you weigh in on that, please?
Yes, thank you. I support a graduated rate for cases that tend to be all consuming because they carry a disproportionate burden. It's not simply an additional rate because somebody's doing a more sophisticated case. It's that outside of the mere hours spent, for example, on a homicide case, the effect on the practitioner is exhausting and can have an impact on them sort of around the case that makes them more trying. So if the committee were inclined, I think that that's absolutely correct. I also think that if we're going to do that, it's worth giving some thought to sex offenses or child sex offenses and certain other cases that have the same sort of emotional toll, not psychic in the supernatural sense, psychological toll on the person who's embedded in doing that work. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos, did you wish to speak to that again?
Just very briefly, I know that there was some discussion that the federal rate is 150 for everyone. So I support what Executive Director Andrus just suggested, but I want to hear from other members. And for some reason, my raise hand and not raise hand function has disappeared from my screen. My hand is not up, but it is. I'll try to recover.
Okay, you can always resort to your physical hand as well. Thank you. Representative Babbage?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Representative Evangelos's suggestion about a homicide rate. I know that's not uncommon in other states and so forth, but as I expressed, or maybe I haven't in full committee, but I really think we should go big on this request. If you to hit, what did Lincoln say? If you're to hit the mark, you must aim a little above it. And whereas the federal rate is much higher, whereas we stand so far down the list among in state compensation for these attorneys, I have an appetite to ask for $120 minimum. I mean, I think we're going to need to be in a much bigger place when we start getting to where we want to be with public defense and contract attorneys. And $120 minimum would be a $9 million ask. But I think AFA needs to know what's ahead of us here. And then, of course, I think the $100 minimum, if that's where it should end up, is a minimum. So I have an appetite to ask for 9.2 million, or actually very close to 9.3 for that. But if we don't have an appetite to do that, certainly a higher homicide rate would be incrementally an improvement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Parnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question for Executive Director Andrus. You mentioned that you would look not just at homicide cases, but other types of cases that you described as all-consuming. Do you have any idea of what percentage of hours that would apply to in terms of the total number of hours that we compensate attorneys for? I'm just trying to get a handle on what the higher rate would cost.
I don't off the top of my head. If the committee wanted to pause this one for a moment, I suspect if I communicated with Deputy Director Maciag, we could actually get you a number for that for the same time period. I keep using 2019 because it's pre-pandemic and trying to make the numbers make sense. It's also right now we have a high rate of $1,680, so it's hard to figure out what the numbers are. But the hours of spent on homicide versus other cases we could do be much more difficult. I don't think we could do it on the fly for a assault versus a trafficking, for example, because defender data doesn't report out that way yet. We're working on it, but it doesn't report out that way yet.
Thank you.
Senator Sanborn?
Just to play devil's advocate, I was feeling like, we're not going to fix the incredible problems that we have. We're just trying to make incremental progress. And so I was feeling like a simple initiative here where we haven't even gotten the baseline of every attorney to where it needs to be yet, that the simplicity might win out over trying to complicate this with varying rates. I'm sorry, my dog thinks that's also a problem.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim?
We as a committee have many times discussed the idea of breaking down the hourly rate for different types of representation, and it gets messy because everyone thinks a different thing should be at a different rate. And so we've had hours of discussion on this, and attorneys come in and give us different opinions. And so in the end, we've always left it as a straight across the board rate. And so I just offer that for the committee's information. Peggy might be able to offer more information on those conversations because they have been many and lengthy. But I myself will be supporting a straight fee for those reasons.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, and I did just want to share a reflection of mine because I want this to be clear to members of the public and others who are listening to our deliberations on the hourly rate. The hourly rate that is paid to attorneys who serve on the panel is not their sort of hourly wage. The hourly rate includes all sorts of things like office rental, any utilities. It includes the research materials that we discussed a little bit earlier. Currently, it includes things like mandatory CLE trainings, which are also very expensive. So it includes a tremendous amount of overhead. I just wanted to make sure that we all kept that in mind as we were engaging in this discussion. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did need a clarification at some point today, so I think it's a good place to address it now. Last week, Executive Director Andrus provided us with a list of ancillary support services, I believe, paralegal, and it was like a parity with prosecutors' suggestion. Have we voted on that yet as part of this package?
Not in this.
No, okay. So one of the things, and if we're taking it up later on the list, I didn't print my list off before I left home, so I'm going by the screenshots and what's on my email. But are we taking that up also today, the paralegal help and other ancillary services?
That's not included, other than if you talk about it as an hourly rate that the attorney pays the people in the office, whether it's a paralegal support or other support in the office, out of the hourly rate, unless they're part of a practice that does more than MCILS.
Go ahead, Peggy, I'm sorry.
No, so I don't know if Executive Director Andrus has additional information about that, but that is not one of the initiatives in this package today.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you can't add it, and I'm not sure how you do that, but.
Right, because even at $100 an hour, once we start deducting these ancillary services, we're still going to have a problem. So I would like for us to tackle that at some point today, based on Mr. Andrus's list that I remember reading last week, but I don't have in front of me. Justin, you did send us a list, right, of things
I think
that addressing.
May I respond, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I think there were two documents that encompass the lists that you're referring to. So one of those two places was with the information about the new employees. They had listed out the costs that we would incur as ancillary costs to bring them in and make them employees. The other place is there was a memorandum some weeks ago about attorney demographics and budgeting. So either one or both of those sort of lays out the expenses that people would incur to operate a law firm in parity with the prosecution function.
Well, I'll just throw it out to the committee then. At some point today, would the committee like to discuss some of these other ancillary costs that prosecutors and Attorney General's office pays for under separate lines? It doesn't come out of the employee's salary. I just don't want to go to $100 and then we end up with the same problem here, especially with the way inflation's going. So I do want to talk about, the support services that the prosecution side takes for granted. We don't have to do it now, Madam Chair, but at some point today, before we close up shop, I would like to address it.
Okay, I think it might make sense to talk about it at the end of our discussion of the initiatives, the 7 initiatives, because we did try to get at some of those ancillary costs. For example, the research that we've already dealt with and the training. But maybe once we're done all 7 initiatives, it would make sense to return to that topic.
Thank you.
Will you remind me as we get to that point?
Don't worry.
Thank you. Committee members, any additional thoughts on the hourly rate? Hourly reimbursement rate, Representative Evangelos?
Just, I want to make sure I'm clear where we are. Are we at $100 and we're not doing anything for the serious homicide cases? Is that what the proposal is right now?
There is no motion. There has been advocacy in both directions on that. Some speaking in favor of simplifying and staying with one rate, and others advocating for a staged rate based either on complexity of case or specific types of cases.
So Representative Babbage's suggestion was 120 flat rate then?
That is what his suggestion was.
I'll let the committee discuss, and hear what everyone has to say. Thank you.
Would anybody else, thank you, and Representative Babbage, I know your hand is up, but I just wanted to give committee members a moment to respond to your suggestion of $120 an hour. Anybody have thoughts they'd like to share about that? Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thought is essentially the same as that expressed by Senator Sanborn, and that is that at this stage we are better off taking an incremental approach to all of these very complex and very deserving topics. And it kind of hurts me to endorse 100 an hour, but I think it's the best way of taking an incremental step forward in the scheme of things.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sanborn?
Yeah, I wanted to actually ask Senator Keim her thoughts on what the right number was. I think it's really important that these initiatives be unanimous, and I was curious what her thoughts are on sending $120 versus $100 over to the AFA committee.
Senator Keim, did you wish to weigh in on that?
Sure, thank you for that. I myself will be supporting $100. We just went up to 80 recently, and I think there was a lot of heartburn about that at the time for us ourselves. Having the 2 initiatives on being sent because we are trying to create this more robust representation. I don't think I personally won't support the 120. I will support 100. And I know that there's a few other of my caucus members that will support 100, but I don't think that is unanimous, even going to 100.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Babbage.
I'm unmuted. Great. Thank you. I took Senator Sanborn's original comments to mean that the simplicity of the recommendation might not want to get into the weeds with regard to differentiated rates. And whether that was her intent or not, I understand that complexity that Senator Keim actually commented on, as far as it kind of opening up debatable issues. If we were to request $110 rate, then the amount would be 6.9 instead of 9.3. But I'm just thinking that simplicity of a straight rate request probably is best. And I will vote with the committee to make sure that we have a strong report and recommendation. But I think this is an opportunity for us to send a message as to where Maine stands relative to other states, and where we need to be, and where we are going over the next several years. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on board with trying to find consensus here because it sends a message to the Appropriations Committee. But the one thing I am worried about regarding a more incremental approach is many of us on this panel aren't going to be around next year. Some of us are termed out, some of us aren't running. And I worry that we have this huge body of institutional knowledge in this committee right now. We've witnessed the hearings, all the input we've had from the commission, the forums. I'm not sure the incremental approach will bring any success in a following year when we come back for more, because you're going to have to start all over to convince people. I just don't want to lose this opportunity. And, you know, I'm not playing to the lawsuit either. We've been playing to fixing these issues before the lawsuit. So this is not a reactive remedy we're seeking. We've been trying for 2 whole years as a committee to grapple with this. So I just wanted to throw out that the incremental approach assumes that everything will be fine and good next year, where it might not be. So I would like to arrive at a number where we can gain consensus. I mean, a strong case was made amongst many of the attorneys at the forum that for homicide and a couple of other serious type cases, the 100's still not enough. But I'm not dictating or making a motion. I just want to hear what everybody has to say. But if we do the incremental approach, don't assume that people are going to pick up where we left off. It might be more difficult in a new year.
Yeah, understood. My reflections on that. I do think it's really important for us to have a very strong report on this item at wherever we land on the dollar amount. I also really appreciate that as far as the incremental approach, something we're doing in this report of initiatives to appropriations is that we're actually building up the rural public defender unit. And I think that that is an area in which we get a lot of benefit that helps build up the expertise and allows us to fill in some of the other needs that were expressed at the December discussion, including, you know, the need for healthcare. If that unit is established, those attorneys get healthcare. They don't have the same overhead issues. They can take advantage of the federal John R. Justice loan repayment program. So I see us kind of shifting focus a little bit and building up other areas in ways that meet important state needs. Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all recognize everything we're doing is incremental. I suspect Executive Director Andrus would be the first person to say that even if we move all of these initiatives and get them all funded, we have not totally fixed the problems that were pointed out in the Sixth Amendment Center report and that we've heard from the attorneys who testified or provided information in December. But having said that, I also think it is critically important for us to have the strongest report out of this committee going to AFA, so they can't turn around and say, well, they couldn't even agree on what the number should be. If we move to 100, which I don't think is enough, we will have increased the hourly rate in the last 2 years, if my math is right, by 66% or somewhere around there. I mean, certainly more than half from the $60 that it was at. So I think it's, I'm not exactly sure what the number is, but I think we have to find a number that gets a unanimous report out of this committee to AFA, and taking into account the benefits that will come about from the other initiatives that we've already acted upon and moved forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Committee members, any further discussion? Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, I don't think there's a motion on the table, so I will move the matter forward at a rate increase to $100 per hour.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second on the motion? Seconded by Senator Kime. Any further discussion, committee members? Representative Babbage?
So I will just say that I think even the 120 would have been incremental. But I will vote for this motion. But I do believe that Representative Evangelos's comments are very relevant in that we have a great understanding of where we need to go. I think we need to have an understanding that once we pass these initiatives, they will be bunched in with requests from every committee who feel that every one of their initiatives are also a priority. And AFA's job is to pare down and prioritize. So understanding that process, to go in with what we hope is a bare minimum, I think is an error. But I will I will be on board with hopefully a unanimous report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are. Thank you, Supi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Kime.
Yes.
Senator Kime votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 members are absent. And that is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the motion to include Initiative 5 in our report back to AFA has passed 10-0 with 4 absences. And so now, committee members, we will move on to initiative number 6.
Okay, initiative number 6 is it's basically what's on the appropriations table now from LD 1686, except we're updating the numbers. What's on the table now was slated to take effect January of 2022. So it would have been 6 months of the first year of the biennium and then the whole second biennium. It's a total of 17 positions. I've tried to work with these numbers this would be starting October 1st. So this is not a full year. This is 3/4 of a year. But I used the numbers that we had that's sitting on the table to try to get to the right numbers here. So the personal services for 3/4 of the year for all 17 positions is basically $1.5 million. And then the all other costs, I just shifted those over 115,719.
Committee members, any questions while the screen share is still up? I am not seeing any. Thank you. Oh, Representative Reckitt, go ahead.
I just have a, somebody needs to jog my memory. We're doing this, we're putting this in for 3/4 of a year because that's what's left in the biennium?
No, the biennium, actually, if
Would be
these
any-
started on July 1st,
Mm-hmm.
which is possible, if either the budget is passed by the end of March,
Right.
or it's an emergency budget. You could
Right.
start everything July 1st. This was just to give them a chance to start working. You wouldn't be able to put these all on board, 17 people on board July 1st.
So it's a year and 3/4?
Well, we've only got a little over a year of the biennium left. So we
Left,
can't really
okay.
fund the next biennium. So
Right,
it's
right.
3/4 of the final year of the biennium.
Okay. And, but there's of course, an expectation that we would put this in next year.
That this would be going
Yeah.
forward. This would
Yeah.
put it into the baseline, yes.
Okay. All right. That's what I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
So it's basically a decision to go ahead with this first foray into a standing public defender piece, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. I just want, my brain got fuzzed here this morning, so I just want to make sure I was clear on that. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm gonna stop sharing, but I'll bring it back up if you need it.
Yeah, and thanks for those clarifying questions, Representative Reckitt. Representative Harnett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is a question for Peggy. What exactly are we doing if we move this initiative forward? And I ask that because it's on the table already. Are we
Right.
just changing the numbers to let them know the precise economic impact of this initiative? Or are we saying, please don't forget us, this is on the table and we still think it's very important?
Right. Well, I think if you don't put it in your initiatives, you can always include it in your priorities of bills to be funded. And sometimes those priorities do get folded right into the budget rather than funding them as individual bills and taking them off the table and finally getting them enacted. I think, I mean, this might be more of a policy discussion for all of you to have, but to make sure that the Appropriations Committee is thinking about indigent legal services all at the same time, rather than, oh, we finished that for the Judiciary Committee and then they take up the bills. That might not be helpful to, if you want this to be one of your
Okay.
initiatives.
So this is saying essentially put this in the budget, put
Yeah.
this in the supplemental budget. Okay, thank you.
Committee members, any additional discussion? Questions, Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to switch screens while I talk. Does the 115,719, does that include things like health insurance, or is that in the personal services account?
That's in the personal services line.
What's the all other?
The all other would be anything else to have a employee of the state. So any kind of technology, desk space, rent, anything else, anything that would have to be, I can't imagine there's anything contracted for, but personal services covers salary and benefits.
Okay. And how much money does a public service manager 3, the highest level person, what's the annual salary for that? Do you know?
I do not have that in front of me. I can, if you give me some time, I can dig it out from last year.
I just want to make sure when we set this office up and these people are getting health insurance and all the support services, yet the regular indigent legal attorneys, we're moving to $100. But I didn't see health insurance on one of these initiatives, so we'll take that up after the student loan piece. That's all I have on this right now. Thank you.
Right, and I think Executive Director Anders can, he might have those numbers closer at hand than I do, but I can find them.
Executive Director Andrus, did you have those numbers available?
I don't have them at the tip of my tongue, again, because I tend to try not to multitask even in the thing. I've asked Deputy Director Maciag to send that to Peggy, and if she can pull it up. If she's able to do that, that'd be great. And I'm not sure, I'm not emailing people, so.
Okay. And just to clarify, these positions would be, they would be employees of MCILS. They would receive the state health insurance. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Committee members, any additional discussion of this proposal? Representative Evangelist, did you wish to see that information before we have a motion and vote on this initiative?
No, but I do want to receive it hopefully before we finish these lines today, because I want to make sure that this two-tiered system we're setting up, where one group of people may receive health insurance and another group of people may not. I just want to make sure that that $100 an hour is going to be a meaningful increase. You know, everybody knows if you have a family with 2 kids, your health insurance is 20 to 25 grand a year. So I want to make sure that this parity we're trying to reach truly is parity, and that we're not just creating another set of problems. So I'm just curious as to what the annual salary is for the highest level position, the number 3 there. I'm just trying to get a feel for it all. But I'm prepared to move on this line. We need to get something started, but.
Well, I actually did find it from October of, not last year, but the year 2 years ago, I guess.
No, close enough. What do you got?
Close enough. So step 1, Public Service Manager 3. Step 1 is a salary of about $93,000. And then the fringe benefits are $58,000. If you go all the way up to step 8, it's $126,000 salary with $71,000 in benefits.
Okay, that's informative. Thank you. And last week we mentioned how we were going to configure any additional public defender's office, and apparently our proposals today are the mobile defenders for the rural North and Kennebec County. If I got that right, Madam Chair?
I believe so.
Okay, so that our proposal for this year limits the public defender office to Kennebec County and the mobile unit. Then I just want to make sure we're not doing anything beyond that today.
That is my understanding, although I'm curious as to whether the Kennebec County, the geographically limited public defender office, in the view of the executive director, would only provide attorneys practicing in Kennebec County, or would those attorneys also practice in courts in neighboring counties?
So I understand what passed last time as being literally geographically limited to Kennebec County. It would make more operational sense to at least have it be the district, include, for example, Somerset County. There's always going to be the potential for bleed over. So if somebody has a case in another county, I would read geographically limited as to not prevent that attorney from appearing, say, in Cumberland County for the companion case if it went with a Kennebec County case, because looking at it from a client-centric perspective, they should have the benefit of the same counsel in both locations. But I understood that I wouldn't then be able to send these folks to somewhere unrelated under the initiative that got to approach last time.
So would you agree that it might make sense at this point, instead of describing it as geographically limited to Kennebec County, that it would perhaps be an initiative geographically limited to, and I'm not remembering the number, prosecutorial district or court district, whatever, And
Yes, I'm sorry.
related cases or something like that.
Yes, that would make sense to me. I just want to distinguish something here, just so we're contemplating here that these defenders have physical edifices clients can approach, that the internal mechanism of getting cases from the court to these defenders is different than the simple assignment process that we're using now. And that's distinct from the remote people or dispatchable people in the rural program, because they'll essentially be receiving some of the assignments under something similar to the existing program. So when we talk about whether it's geographically limited, really what we're talking about is where we're going to put physical edifices that clients can approach. So with this said, it needs to be somewhat limited, but it would make sense to expand it to the district.
Thank you. Committee members, any additional questions or discussion on this initiative? I am not seeing any. Is there any committee member who wishes to offer a motion? Representative Harnett? We're not able to hear you.
I apologize. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move this initiative with the amendment that it would apply to the entire prosecutorial district served by the Kennebec County District Attorney.
And committee members, is there a second? Representative Evangelos? Second. Any additional discussion, committee members?
Did you want to call this the Kennebec Somerset Public Defender Office? Or
I leave it, yeah.
prosecutorial district, whatever number.
Executive Director Andrus, can you weigh in on the naming?
I think district makes sense, and I am now multitasking to see if I can look up which district, because I now have too many numbers in my head.
I
remember that off the top of my head, and I don't have.
It's
I've got everybody
4.
full screen. Oh, 4. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're all multitasking and working together on this one. That's great. Thank you, everyone. So you would refer to it as District 4? Okay. Thank you. Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, I think for purposes of this initiative and the ease of understanding, I would call it the Kennebec and Somerset County Public Defender Office, since no one else is familiar with the numbers.
Including those of us
All of
on
us.
this panel.
That's right.
Is that okay with everyone for ease of reference? Okay, I'm seeing lots of nodding heads. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion, a second, and a clarification of the name of the project, the pilot project. And so is there any additional discussion, committee members? Is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are. Thank you, Supi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the initiative passes 8-2 with 4 absences. And Representative Thorne and Senator Keim, are you a straight ought not to pass on this initiative? Okay. Thank you both. And so we'll move on to our final initiative in the pre-prepared packet. And Peggy, I think we are ready when you are.
Okay, find that document. So this is interesting information. It's about loan repayment, and there is a federal program to repay at least student direct loans if you're in public service for a governmental entity or certain nonprofit organizations. You're actually an employee of them. There are also other loan repayment programs that none of them actually exist to pay for the public defenders right now, but there is one that the Attorney General's office and the prosecutors are currently participating in, I understand. And that federal program is also eligible to, or also public defenders are eligible to receive the benefits of that program under this federal law, but they still need to be employees and not contract entities. So this is to recommend that, well, to direct the Attorney General to include the Kennebec and Somerset County Public Defender Office, oh, it says officer, in the rural and the rural unit in their next round of for the grant. I think it's an annual grant, maybe every 2 years. And it gives them benefits if they continue in that capacity for a minimum of 36 months. So I didn't know this existed. I reached out to Bill Norbert at the Finance Authority of Maine to see if he had some thoughts about loan repayment programs. It turns out FAME administers a whole lot of programs, and some of them are on the books and haven't even been funded yet that FAME hasn't started to administer. And he was in the meeting. I don't know if he's still there, if you want to talk to him about this, but this is an existing federal program that the Attorney General's office is the loan administrator or the grant administrator now. It used to be through FAME, and they administer this program for folks in the Attorney General's office as well as in the DA offices. So this isn't adding any kind of cost, it's just directing the Attorney General to include those employees of the MCILS offices in their grant program.
Thank you. It looks like Representative Reckett, did you have a question? And please let us know if you'd like the screen share up or if you're all set.
Doesn't matter whether it's up. No, that's fine. My question is, if the Appropriations Committee and the legislature decides not to approve the Kennebec Somerset initiative, then the only people that would be eligible for this loan repayment program that is administered by the Attorney General's office would be the rural defenders employees and the employees of MCILS. Okay. And if they don't fund either of those initiatives, then MCILS attorneys would at least be eligible themselves. I don't, it's only just, how many MCILS attorneys are there besides you, Justin? I mean, or are you it?
There are 6 employee attorneys at MCILS at this point. It's not clear to me that we would qualify for this program because we're not defenders precisely. We do qualify if somebody serves enough years for some of the forgiveness programs that are out there, which is different from payment assistance programs.
All right, thank you. I just wanted some clarification on what we're doing where and what kinds of disparities it might set up, depending upon how the budget goes through. I'm just curious. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have Bill Norbert here from FAME, and I'm going to bring him onto the panel because he may have some additional information or be able to answer some of our questions. And Representative Evangelos, he'll be joining us in a moment. And I'll just ask you to wait till, here he is. And if Representative Evangelos, if you can proceed with your question in just a moment. Bill Norbert, thank you for joining the Judiciary Committee and for helping us with this, explore this student loan issue. I'm just going to first see Representative Evangelos wanted to make a comment, and then I'll see if committee members had questions for you or just give you a moment to let us know a little bit about the programs that FAME is administering. Representative Evangelos, did you have a question?
I had a question and a comment, but I'll wait until Mr. Norbert weighs in.
Okay. And Bill Norbert, would you like to share with us a little bit of information?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, committee, or afternoon now. Yeah, so I'm just here as a resource. I'm not an expert on the JRJ program. We did, in the early years of it, administer it at FAME, and then it went over to, I think, the AG's office and the Maine Prosecutors Association. But it was a small award, and it was, it may have changed, but it depended on how much the state got and how many applicants there were. But so I don't have up-to-date info on the JRJ program. FAME does administer a variety of loan and loan repayment programs, including some really new ones that the legislature has created. And we're still standing up some of those new ones. But basically, loan repayment programs can be used as a way of attracting or retaining certain members of the workforce. We have them for medical professionals, largely. That includes veterinarians, but also, osteopaths and medical MDs, medical doctors. We have, we're going to have a broader new healthcare professional loan repayment program for others who work in healthcare as well. And that's going to be federally funded. So, I'm happy to answer any questions if you're thinking about setting up a loan repayment program, what to think about. But I'm just here as a resource, really. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a new question, actually. I'll revisit the other one later. But Mr. Norbert, like for the classifications you just mentioned in the medical profession, are these applications to some kind of a grant program, or is this money that the state is putting up to assist with these graduates in their own expense?
It's the latter, Representative Evangelos. It's money that the legislature has appropriated. And, as I mentioned, some of the newer programs are funded through the federal ARPA funds that came about last year. Is that helpful?
Yes, it does help. So if I'm a veterinarian and I've just gotten out of college and I've started my career and I qualify for the program you mentioned, how much a year am I going to get?
I think it's $25,000. We have an existing veterinary program on the books already. There's a bill now to expand it, but basically it's for large animal vets. And I believe it is $25,000 over 4 years, up to a total of $100,000. As you know, medical school debt can be very high, as can other types of debt. But that's our medical. It's actually a forgivable loan, to be technically correct. It's not a loan repayment, but we make the loan to help the student get through school, and they can in return for serving in these high need areas, they can have a portion of that loan forgiven each year. So yeah, that one is 25,000, I believe, and so is our regular health profession loan as well, 25,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Norbert. I just want to be clear about the programs that you were just describing. Those are available to folks who are currently enrolled in veterinary programs that can then be forgiven once they've started to practice as veterinarians. So it isn't really a loan repayment
Right.
program. It's more of a tuition assistance type thing.
Or forgivable loan, we actually call it. Yeah.
All right,
We-
thank you, that helps.
We do, however, Representative, we have a dental loan repayment program, so that doesn't matter where you got your debt. You could be from out of state, but in order to attract you to come practice here, we'll forgive a portion of your outstanding loans.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Could you please describe a little bit how that dental program works?
Sure, happy to. So we have both a forgivable loan portion to help people pay for their dental education and then to repay it. But we also have, as part of that, a dental loan repayment program. One can receive up to $25,000 in repayment. Actually, we changed the rule last year. I think it's up to $20,000 in loan repayment in return for working in high need areas of the state with dental shortages. And, we have rules that, define this better, but we rely a lot on, the Department of Health and Human Services and the dental loan stakeholders, experts in the field. But that's in statute. These are all in statute. They have different eligibility. They have different rules. Our website, famemaine.com, also can, help you see more info about each of the programs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Committee members, any questions for, any more questions for William Norbert? I am not seeing any. Representative Harnett?
Sorry to be late there. William Norbert, the program you just described, the last one, which is a loan payment program, it's not limited to people while they're in school. Is that funded through the general fund?
Yeah.
You did establish it and funded it?
Yeah, what it is we get a big student financial assistance line of the budget, and we basically divvy that up according to the different programs. And actually, the dental loan, though, that you mentioned is separate because that is through tobacco settlement monies, which you'll recall from your prior career as well. That is considered Fund for Healthy Maine, an allocation. So that dental loan program gets an annual allocation from the budget. It's a separate line from that student financial assistance line I mentioned.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Committee members, any additional questions? I had one final question for you, I guess, from my perspective. Is there, if we wanted to look to an existing program that was a repayment program, is there one statute that that FAME administers that you think is that you would recommend us to follow as a model?
Yes, I think it would be the new and expanded veterinary medicine loan. That's actually a forgivable loan. I'm sorry, I strike that. I think it's one of the ones that's being worked on now in this session. And so I believe I shared language, if I didn't, with Peggy offline, but if not, I'm happy to. But because I've worked on all of these, and most recently, I think we've gotten better language in recent years and sort of refined it over the years. So
is that the emergency, I think maybe emergency medical and other?
It could be that one. I think what I'd like to do is, if you don't mind, I would look offline and just shoot you an email, and you can share it with the committee. Or, but yeah, I'd like to take another look at my work this session.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else for William Norbert committee members? I'm not seeing any. Many thanks, and we're going to send you back to the attendee part of the meeting.
You're very welcome. Good luck.
Okay, committee members, I'll just open the floor up for discussion. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to revisit what I was going to say before, but I think we need to think long and hard about, as we're trying to repair the inequities in our indigent legal defense system, that we don't create our own system of inequities. I don't want to be making improvements that some people qualify for and others don't. We heard loud and clear at the forum on December 9th that things like health insurance and student debt relief are important to them. And I don't want to give it to one group, such as a public defender's office, and not give it to the body of the attorneys that serve the system. I'm just throwing this out there, but whatever we craft, I want it to apply to all equally, so that we're not creating, our own double standards. And now that Mr. Norbert has verified what I suspected was true from what Justice Alexander told us about the veterinarians and others, there's plenty of precedent there to address it. It's just a matter of how we size it and who's going to qualify. And, another thought, and this would be through the technical language, I guess, that comes out later, but obviously we don't want somebody jumping onto a system and getting their relief and then, taking off and not working for the system. So we have to have some kind of dedicated requirement so that people will serve the system for a period of years if they're going to qualify for these benefits. Those are just some ideas I'm throwing out. I want to hear from the others, please.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Representative Evangelos' point is well taken. But first of all, this is not an expenditure item. It's simply an authorization to apply for grants through a particular federal program. So I don't know whether this program has the same sort of flexibility as might apply to veterinarians, for example, or first responders or what have you. So we could wait for more detailed information if we felt necessary, or we could simply move it forward with the understanding that it's not an expenditure, it's simply authorization to apply for an existing grant program.
Yeah, I'd like just to share a little bit more about this, and maybe I've already said it, so forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but this is an existing, so this wouldn't be any state money, this is existing federal money. Currently, there is a requirement that there be equal treatment of prosecutors and defenders in receiving these funds, but the only defenders that currently are eligible are public defenders. And so Maine prosecutors have had access to the fund, but not attorneys who are on the Indigent Legal Services panel. And so this is this is just one potential way of creating, without spending state money, creating a little more parity between prosecutors and attorneys who would actually be employees of indigent legal services. That being said, I don't think it's the only thing we can or should do. It's just an opportunity to provide some relief without state dollars. So that's kind of the framework that I was envisioning. And I can send around the link, or Peggy can send around the link for more information. People can do a deeper dive. Representative Evangelist, did you want to respond? Or
Well, you pretty well nailed it, Madam Chair. The proposal that we have is allowing a flow through for what will become employed public defenders who will qualify for the grant program, but leaving the 90% of our indigent legal lawyers without any access to a benefit because they're private contractors. So I would like the committee to weigh in on, I want everything to be equal for everybody. Just like you're a teacher and you go to work for a school system, everybody gets the health insurance. You know, it's not some get it, some don't. Everybody gets it. It's in the contract. So we're here to solve problems, and you know, I don't want to solve a problem by saying that, well, the folks in Kennebec and Somerset and the Rural Defense Squad are going to get this benefit. Sorry, 90% of you're not going to get anything. So I want to have a discussion about how we can cover as many people as possible, because this was a distressing problem. Some of the young lawyers who talked to us in the forum said it's killing them, and understood, just like medical school expenses. So I just want to have a conversation with my colleagues here about it to see how we can best address it. I don't have all of the answers, but certainly this limited approach is going to be difficult unless I can get help to the others too.
okay. Representative Babbage?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Representative Evangelos's comments here, and obviously this addresses a small portion of those people that will be doing public defense. You know, when we talk about the veterinarians, you know, they're making their commitment geographically, and so it can be measured in that way. When we talk about a contracted person, what portion of their time is dedicated to public defense may vary, and the recommendation before us, having no state money involved, but applying to full-time public defenders, is a very clean recommendation. So I will be supporting it, but I'm totally in favor of a path forward in which perhaps Mr. Andrus or whomever would provide some definitions as to how we might, at what threshold we might include part-time public defenders in the mix. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty, and then I think committee members, we are due for a little bit of a break. And so let's just finish taking comments on this and then schedule a little break, and then we can come back and wrap up our work on Initiative 7. Who was next, Representative Moriarty?
Yes, I'll keep it brief, Madam Chair. Maybe Director Andrus can provide us information on what percentage of the rostered attorneys do criminal defense full-time, as opposed to only on an occasional or part-time basis. And just falling back on the comments I made last week, and my model may be outmoded, but back when I was doing it, it was only a fraction of my business and had a lot of retained work in addition to it. So difficult to squeeze in attorneys who have major civil practices or retained criminal or general civil litigation practices as qualifying for this type of program. I don't think it was designed for people with that type of mix. But I wonder what the breakdown is among those who are currently rostered.
So when we did our survey in January, from about a third, ultimately, I believe it was about a third, of participants in the program responding. The average participant was doing 70%. We have many people who are doing a low percentage, many people who are doing the bulk of their work being assigned, and a few people who do it exclusively. One of the issues with the exclusivity is that it precludes, the way I defined it is it precluded a single case in a year meant, it's not exclusive. It's a non-assigned case. And it appears most of our attorneys do something in the course of a year that prevents them from saying it's their exclusive, their exclusive work. Now, I had, just by frame of reference, in my firm, I did all sorts of stuff, but I had people who did almost exclusively indigent defense. Occasionally they'd cover a case for me or something else. So if we wanted to have a meaningful benefit, we would make sure that we weren't setting it up as a trap that where they're helpful to a colleague and the colleague, pays them for the time, and all of a sudden they've become disqualified for the, for the benefit.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions for Justin Andrus? Any other discussion on Initiative 7 before we break? I think we would benefit from a little bit of a break and a little time to digest. Committee members, we can take this in two directions. We can do like a 15-minute break and then come back and wrap up our work, although we still do have quite a lot of work, or we could take like a real lunch break and come back at 1:15. How are we feeling about the duration of break? Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, just to let you know, I've got to leave for a meeting at Town Hall at 2 this afternoon.
Okay.
I can rejoin, but hopefully you won't still be sitting.
Okay. Thank you. Do others want to wish to weigh in? Representative Evangelos?
Given what Representative Moriarty said, I was leaning towards 15 minutes.
All right, I'm seeing some nodding heads. Peggy, is that doable for you? 15?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. All right, folks, let's come back at 1:15, and then we'll just be efficient for the rest of our afternoon in light of the brief lunch break. So see you all at 1:15. Thank you. Hi, committee members. If you are back at your desks and able to activate your cameras, please do so. Thank you. So as we get back to work on initiative number 7, Peggy has from William Norbert the legislation that he was referring to. It's and she'd like to screen share it just to give us an idea of what's possible. So let's go through just this example and then we can have a committee discussion. And Peggy, I don't know if you are trying to talk to us, but we can't hear you. And I can't see you because you're just this teeny tiny box
Okay.
on the screen.
I'm so sorry. Okay, hopefully you can see the amendment though.
Absolutely.
This is from the IDEA committee. We don't have the fiscal information on it yet, but it creates the main public safety workers loan repayment program. Did you hear me say that this is a minority report out of the committee? So it establishes, and this is something that Mr. Norbert said he thought was a good way going forward for a loan repayment program. So it's supposed to attract and retain public service workers. So it has all these defined definitions. A fund is created. And here's the program that they have to be a current resident, have to be currently employed within the state, or become employed within 6 months of being selected as a recipient under the program, and have an outstanding student loan. I don't know if it means you have to be a full-time employee or not. And the maximum loan repayment is $3,000 per year for a maximum of 3 years, up to $9,000 in the aggregate. I don't know what it costs to fund this program. I don't know what their estimate is of people they want to actually receive these loan payments on an annual basis. But this is kind of the structure that you could create if you wanted to do that. The structure is easy. The funding might be a little bit more difficult. You might also want to do some more like the veterinary program is focused on underserved areas, and there are the dental program is focused on underserved areas. This is just generally public safety worker, or public safety worker. So here are pretty simple criteria. I'm going to stop sharing. I think that's kind of just the skeleton if you wanted to do something like that.
Thank you, Peggy. And could you please email that to all members of the committee as well?
I think I did.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thanks. Just so that we can take a look at it. So do anybody have comments or thoughts about that style of loan repayment program? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's, I guess, a comment and a concern. It seems to be, again, limited to people that have an employer-employee relation, which is not what we're talking about here when it comes to rostered attorneys for MCILS. I'm also not certain from a quick read of the statute if you have to be a full-time or there's some threshold of how many hours you need to work. I didn't find anything in there in the statute. And I have no, I heard loud and clear from folks that testified in December that loans are a big issue. And I'd like to address it, but most of the programs that we're seeing to me are sort of like trying to fit a round peg into a square hole. That's not saying that there aren't other plans out there that work, and we've heard about it with dental, although that was geographically limited. But perhaps, there could be a threshold of how much time you're spending on MCILS assigned work, and you get a percentage of forgiveness that way. So I'm just, the programs don't seem to match up to the situation we're trying to address. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else wish to share thoughts about this? I don't have a thought specifically about this. It's more about a process concern. I think both Representative Harnett, for the reason that you indicated, that here where these individuals who are applying for loan forgiveness are not employees of the commission, and so they're a little bit different. And then also when I think about the health insurance situation and the problem with how do you provide kind of a group policy for a non-employee, you're kind of mixing two very different concepts. I feel like it's going to take a lot of, maybe not a lot of time, but it's certainly going to take more time to work through than the first 6 initiatives that we've already discussed. And I personally would like us, and this isn't talking about initiative 7 or the health or other issues, but I would really like for us to get initiatives 1 through 6 ready and request that we can present them in person to AFA. And I hope that everybody would be in agreement with that while we continue to work on these other issues, which I just think are more challenging, and they're priorities that are really important that the roster members express to us, but they aren't the institutional priorities that the executive director has brought to us. And so I see them as being slightly different. So I just said a whole bunch of stuff, but I guess can we, with a show of hands, can people just let me know if you are comfortable with getting the final work on the first 6 initiatives done and sending them off to AFA and requesting an opportunity to present them in person? If you are in favor of taking that step, please raise your hand. Okay, it seems like we are generally in agreement with that. Okay, so I feel like we've completed what we need to do at this point with those first 6 initiatives, unless Peggy tells us otherwise.
So I think you're good.
Okay, all right. And so on the loan repayment, does anybody want to work on legislation that would be a loan repayment program? That would include things like figuring out the eligibility piece and how much money would be available to individuals and kind of what the overall cost of the program would be. Representative Evangelos, I see you unmuted. Did you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, there goes my hand.
All right.
Yes, I think we should, I don't know if Justin's with us right now, but if he could come back to us and quantify what it is we're talking about, because, you know, there are many people in the indigent legal system serving as attorneys who no longer have college debt. Like, you know, Representative Moriarty back in the 19th century, it was only a couple $100s to go to law school. But anyways, you're in there too, Representative Harnett. But I think if he can analyze this specific group of people who are still servicing debt, and part of the idea behind this was a recruiting tool that so we can address the roster numbers. Well, look, you know, we've improved the pay. Here are some benefits we didn't have in the past. But it's hard for us as a committee to, you know, put a proposal forward and get a dollar amount until Mr. Andrews comes back and says, yeah, 25% of the people on the roster are still carrying student debt, and this is what it will mean. And then we can say, okay, and then we can put a note together. The other thing, Madam Chair, is, I mean, how much time do we have? I mean, do we have time in this session to collaborate with the executive director and get this information? Because pretty much the same dynamics I just outlined are similar dynamics to health insurance. And I don't want to be like, yeah, I want this, but I don't have the information yet. I'd certainly be willing to collaborate with my colleagues on, you know, bringing this forward as a budget line or legislation. But we need information, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you for raising that. I too am concerned. I'm concerned about us running out of time because we're now sort of shifting to needing to really focus on getting the bills we've reported out passed in the House and Senate. And so, you know, our time and focus is shifting, but I also am concerned that we are just going to run out of time, period.
These can be budget lines, but I don't know when are we meeting with appropriations?
Well, I mean, I think the budget is one thing, but I think that the creating the program and figuring out how to create health insurance coverage for a group of people who aren't employees is a whole nother piece of work. But let's the executive director's hand is up, so we'd love to hear from him. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, with respect to the burdens being faced by council, we have data. I wasn't prepared for today. I'm really happy to be talking about it, and I should be able to get you within a day what that looks like. How you fund that, I understand, is or recommend to be funded is entirely up to you, but I can suggest what might work. We've also had work internally on what some programs might look like, including look at what they look like in other states. So that part of it we can accomplish for you, you know, by this time tomorrow, perhaps sooner. Health insurance proved to be much more difficult because without a big pool, you're looking at retail health insurance and varies so much by age and gender and all sorts of stuff. And so I suppose it's sex, not gender, excuse me. But that's a little bit harder. So I don't want to overpromise there, but I'll see what I can get in the next day.
Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have a serious time and resources problem. And at the risk of offending anybody, I also think we have a skill set problem in terms of creating a brand new loan repayment on our own. It's not something we've really done before. And it strikes me as quite complicated. Mr. Norbert would be of great assistance, but again, I just don't know that we have the time and energy to do that. Under item 7, there is an existing grant fund program. We have just approved 5 positions for the Rural Defense Office and 17 for the Kennebec Somerset Office. And so we are taking a step in the right direction, but I just don't know that we can frankly create a loan repayment program.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Representative. Other committee members wish to weigh in? Representative Harnett?
Thank you. And with respect to follow up on Representative Moriarty's point, with respect to the loan repayment program we have in front of us, it can only address one issue. It can only address those persons who are full-time employees of MCILS, and probably limited to attorneys. I'm not certain about that. I don't see a reason not to move. I see every reason to move that forward, even if we are going to work into looking at something for rostered attorneys. Because if we are going to have parity, we certainly have to have it between state employees on the prosecution side and state employees on the defense side. So, and there's no general fund impact for that program. So I would recommend still moving this forward and getting 1 through 7 out if that's the will of the committee. I don't see this last initiative as being dependent on finding a way to deal with this larger issue.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd agree with Representative Harnett. This is like a subset of people, and this isn't actually going to be a line item money issue. This is an authorization to have the Attorney General on his next round of funding grant applications to include this group of people who are now employees. They will qualify just like district attorneys will qualify. And then we have the broader problem. So I have no problem at all with what he suggested, but I don't want to leave 90% of the people hanging out there without some kind of commitment that we're going to work on it. Mr. Andrews said he'll bring some data back. I'm not sure we can fix it between now and April, but Senator Carney, do you know what date we're reporting back to appropriations?
Peggy might know that. Our report back has already gone, our report back on the supplemental budget, but this would be a supplemental report back where we would request to present it to AFA, and we can send that request out at any time, I believe. Is that right, Peggy? But I feel like maybe we should move forward with that while we try to come up with legislation that would create a loan repayment program.
I'd agree with that. And Mr. Andrews, can he be invited back on Wednesday then, so we can at least absorb the information he's going to bring to us in terms of, he indicated he's got a pretty good handle on the demographics of the members of the lawyer roster. Just want to hear back from him to see what's possible. And then whatever he says about health insurance. Doesn't mean we need to do anything, but I'd like to hear the data. He said he has it within 1 day in his hands. So we could put that on Wednesday's agenda, and then we can revisit this and not get bogged down in it today and move on. Is that reasonable?
Okay, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't know, just given we may have a lot of other work that we have to do on Wednesday as well. I just don't know, but I agree with you that we want to get the information back as soon as possible. And maybe Justin Andrews, you could send it to Peggy and have her circulate it among all committee members. And then we'll have it available Wednesday and hopefully be able to discuss it. Would that work?
Sounds good.
Okay, great.
As long as we promise to take it up and discuss it, and I'm comfortable with Representative Harnett's move towards 1 through 7 now.
Okay, and I'm not sure we even need to put number 7 in our report, report back to AFA. Peggy, do you think we need to do that?
You probably don't need to. That's really just a directive to the Attorney General's office.
Okay. All right, so I think that we have
Two things.
settled, what's that? Go
Oh, I
ahead.
think you have two more things. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I think we've settled we finished for today our discussion on indigent legal services, and we have a good plan going forward for that. And so we are now going to switch gears just a little bit and talk about the appropriations for civil legal services. Is that right, Peggy? Or is there something before that?
I think there was one more thing that Representative Evangelos had brought up, which was we're referring to it as ancillary services, but I think what it really means is support services.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
So yes, we had discussed, and I know, I can't find it, but I know Justin Andrus sent us a laid out proposal on paralegal and other services. We're certainly not going to get parity unless we provide these attorneys with paralegal support. So I would like some inclusion. And then I had a question on the mobile squad. Are they furnished with these support services within being employees of the state now, or how are they going to get their paralegal help and other ancillary services if they're employees and they're lawyers, but their time is tied up doing paralegal work like our lawyers are complaining about in the forum? So are we including these support services on Initiative 1? I'm not sure we did. And then the broader picture is how are we going to include the support services for all of them? Two separate items, but but the mobile squad, I'm not sure we're giving them any help other than saying, you know, okay, you're the squad and go get them, but you're going to be bogged down on paralegal work because we're not paying you for it.
Okay, let's bring the executive director back to see if he can answer that question as to whether that rural public defender unit, or whatever we're going to call it, does include paralegal. I'm not sure that
I don't see him.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that is something we're going to have to follow up on.
So position wise, it does not create any positions other than the 5 attorney positions. There he is. I saw him for a second. There he is. So I don't know if there are any paralegal or other support services that they would be able to utilize. As you remember, there are, I believe, 2 paralegal positions that were authorized in the central office to help with the supervision and auditing, and they have not been able to fill those positions because they can't find people who will take them, not because they haven't been funded. So that's one thing, the mobile squad. The other issue, I think, is right now MCILS can only pay attorneys. If somebody needs a private investigator or an expert, they can apply to the executive director and the commission to cover those expenses. Those aren't considered attorney expenses though, and that's the only thing right now that MCILS can pay is actually paying for attorney, assigned counsel and contract counsel reimbursement of expenses, it says. So that's interpreted to mean you can't pay for paralegal or office support. That has to come out of your hourly rate. I think there was some discussion about some contracts with the state, not in MCILS contracts, but other where there are attorneys providing services to the state on contract basis, where they do have some ability to use their support staff and pay them out of that grant or out of that contract, as long as that the non-attorneys are not doing attorney work. And I don't know what the extent of that is, and I will try to track that down. But I think that's what you're asking for, Representative Evangelos, is being able to cover support staff, not just the attorney time.
Right, and then this new unit we're setting up, you know, if they're a traveling unit and they've got all this support service they need, I'm not sure we've provided that office with the support they're going to need. And have we done so in the Kennebec County one? Do they have support?
I believe they do.
They do 17 positions.
Okay, so that's what I'm after, equality across the board, so that the mobile squad has some of that help, and then separately for the privately employed attorneys. This was a big issue in the forum. I remember Mr. McNamara walking around his dining room with his computer showing us all the little things he's doing, tying up all his day, not on legal work. And I just don't want to create another problem. We raise the pay. I'm really cognizant of inflation right now. Things are going to catch up really quickly at $100 an hour unless we provide them the same support that the Attorney General's office provides their attorneys. So I just hope we can address fixing that.
Good. Can we ask the executive director to weigh in on where this ranks among his priorities?
I prepared to answer questions. I do want to say I stepped away and then came back in, so I missed some of the predicate. And what I'm hearing are questions about support staff for our existing contracted assigned counsel and support staff for the flying squad. Should I address both of them, perhaps? I'm not sure. I just don't want. I want to hit the right question for you.
Yeah, you nailed the question.
Okay, so regarding the assigned counsel first. Based on the state's personal services budget, which includes, go back to an earlier question from Representative Evangelist, includes payroll and all the benefits, but excludes the infrastructure costs, desks, computers, phones, that sort of stuff. For one attorney earning approximately $70,000 a year, making that attorney approximately the same as a mid-range assistant district attorney, and one paralegal at $41,000 a year, which is the rate we were authorized last year for our paralegal position. So those two positions with their salaries and benefits would net out over the year to be $105 an hour, give or take. And so based on a full-time person. And so at $100 an hour, we've almost provided a support person per attorney. But we haven't gotten into the other costs. And I think you're asking about how does parity break down? That's how I see parity breaking down based on those positions. With respect to the rural unit, I've got to train myself out of saying flying squad. With respect to the rural unit, I did not include staff. I included lawyers only. And ultimately, they're going to need support staff. And I think we're going to be able to provide that with the package that this committee has recommended today and what we have. But when I set it up, my goal was smallest, most discreet ask that would do the most good in ensuring I could get counsel where it needed to be. And so part of the reason it was 5 is so that somebody can be in the office to deal with office stuff at any given time. But last time I reported to you, we had not been able to hire paralegals. We have subsequently hired one paralegal. She's terrific. Her name is Rachel. And we're very excited. If we succeed in hiring a second existing open paralegal position, I anticipate they will help support those 5. If we had the Kennebec Somerset program, the support infrastructure behind that could also help support those 5 in part. There was 17 headcount associated there. I want to be clear, that's not 17 supporting people, that includes the attorneys. But that's how I can sort of see that happen. I've quipped a number of times about a year ago, not being able to recognize the good and demanding the perfect. So asking for the 5 attorneys without the staff was an effort of trying to get to good, if imperfect. Does that address your question, Representative?
it addresses it, but it doesn't fix it. But I want to hear from the rest of the committee, but thank you for that. You did figure out what we were asking about. Thank you.
Other committee members wish to weigh in, please? Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a question for Executive Director Andrus. Do you think going back to the first initiative, the rural squad, the mobile unit, that as structured, and you said it's the bare minimum, but as structured, they can be effective and efficient?
I do. I think they can be effective and efficient. I think that they could be even more efficient with more support, of course, but I think that they're going to do the job we need them to do as structured. Although I have always been thinking when we find that second paralegal, that person will help support that program in part and change some of the internal allocations of how the positions are structured, the existing positions as authorized are structured.
Thank you.
Representative Evangelos.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I understand everything. So, Mr. Andrus, you're saying that the paralegals that you're adding to your staff internally are going to be available to assist the rural unit and the Kennebec County unit?
Kennebec County unit, as passed appropriations last year and has just reauthorized, is implemented with its necessary support staff.
Okay, strike that then, just the rural unit.
The two existing paralegal positions, I anticipate that if I hire the second one successfully, that person will help support the rural defense unit. The person who we've hired, and she's in her second week, and just coming up to speed on everything that we do, at least in the immediate term, we need her to help support the development of our programs and doing research and using her mind that way for the moment. And so I don't want to commit her to that program because I'm not sure I have that bandwidth with her yet. There may come a day in the not too distant future that we've got our next evolution mapped out, and when it comes to question of implementation, and that person, Rachel, may then have time to support that unit. And she is somebody we hired. Wouldn't want to hire anyone who's not great, but she is somebody we hired in particular because of her interest and skill set and educational background in criminal justice related stuff that I think she could slot in there effectively if we're able to free that bandwidth up.
And then you mentioned the $100 an hour comes pretty close to equalizing 105 that you've calculated. Prosecution has when you add it all up. I think a lot of this is going to be a work in progress and see how it goes, and you'll be reporting back to somebody at some point. But I'm glad we're having the discussion. So the point that's outstanding then are the privately employed attorneys who work the roster. We'll just have to see how it goes. I mean, I think we should have more of these forums with them. Mm-hmm. So that in practice, the changes we're making, we can evaluate how it's, for the people that are actually experiencing it. I don't have any other way of articulating it. I mean, we're trying to fix things, and I know what the problem is with money, but I guess I'll have to take my chances for now. But I feel the same way about the health insurance issue too. As long as we can hear back from you, so we can further analyze the problem. And I hate these artificial deadlines for completing important work, but I'll see what happens Wednesday.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Yeah, I wholeheartedly embrace the importance of parity, but I also really appreciate that we've got 6 initiatives with really strong, either unanimous or bipartisan support. And I think that we need to really advance those and advocate for those really strongly with appropriations and continue to work toward parity, but I'm not sure we can get it all done this year, unfortunately. So is there anything else regarding indigent legal services that we need to talk about today before we move on? I am not seeing anything else. And so are we, everybody okay with thanking Justin Andrus and letting him move on to the rest of his workday?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and especially Representative Evangelos for advocating for those important issues. If we can move on, committee members, to, I think Peggy is our next topic, the Civil Legal Services Fund.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, I think I goofed when we were doing our budget report back, in that I did not bring up the necessity to, well, my request that the committee consider an initiative that would add baseline funding to the Civil Legal Services Fund to meet the ongoing needs of organizations like Pine Tree Legal Assistance, Legal Services for the Elderly, statewide legal services organizations that provide civil representation to Mainers who are unable to afford it and are confronted sometimes with incredibly serious issues related to personal safety, family members, financial exploitation, all of those things. And so I wanted to ask committee members to consider and discuss an initiative that would provide baseline funding of $4 million for the Civil Legal Services Fund, and to propose that as a budget initiative. And I think you all received a letter from Charlie Dingman and Charlie Sultan related to the civil, on behalf of the Justice Action Group, advocating for adding the $4 million to the baseline. And Representative Harnett, your hand is up.
Thank you, Senator Carney. I just want to voice my complete support for this initiative. As the letter from the Charlies pointed out, we did have a bill last year to fund the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund at the level of $7 million each year. This does not accomplish that, but it would go a long way to addressing the needs that we heard about on Access to Justice Day, that we've heard about every time Justice Meade comes to us and every time the legal service providers come to us. As pointed out in the letter that we received today, the last time they analyzed these issues, the 5 major legal services providers were only able to satisfy 34% of the requests for assistance that they received. And they made it quite clear that that's not 34% of the need, that's only 34% of people that know enough and have the wherewithal to contact them. The goal that they discussed with us is to have 10 civil legal services attorneys available for every 10,000 low-income residents, and we've learned we don't even come close to that. I know that there are a lot of requests for lots of money, but one of the things we're going to see on our desks when we're back in session is a letter signed on by dozens and dozens of large businesses in Maine talking about how much help civil legal services performs or gives to their employees. And we know that employers in Maine are having a difficult time with recruitment and employee retention. And they're asking us to please fund these services at an adequate level so that we can keep our employees and that they can deal with problems like evictions, problems like elder abuse, problems of financial fraud, etc. So I'm just in full support of the $4 million request and will be voting to move that initiative along. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, two questions for you. The House passed LD 1326 back in June, and it was placed on the appropriations table at that time, 9 months ago. As far as you know, is it still there without any further activity?
It is.
All right, thank you then. And then what is the current baseline funding for the fund?
Don't think there is any.
None.
None. The fund gets some resources from fees that are related to, I believe, collections matters. That's a fix, kind of a legislative glitch that we fixed in early in the first session of this legislature. But there isn't ongoing funding, and we've seen in a lot of different contexts that having representation for Mainers who can't afford representation makes cases go better for everybody, not just for the people who are represented, but really for everybody, including the judicial branch.
And am I correct in understanding that the fund has been created by statute?
Yes, it has.
But has never been funded, apparently.
Well, it does get funded through the receipt of fees associated with filing fees.
Okay.
But and occasionally there is a one-time initiative, but there is not the kind of ongoing funding that would allow organizations like Legal Services for the Elderly and Pine Tree Legal to know that they can retain attorneys and have them develop expertise over time and offer them some job security.
Thank you. Finally, I have one question about the letter from Charlie Dingman and Charlie Sultan. At one point, they refer to a one-time funding boost in the arm. And at another point, they refer to an ongoing appropriation of at least $4 million, presumably per year. Do you know what specifically they're requesting?
They are requesting the $4 million in this initiative.
Annually? Or
Peggy
is nodding, so.
Right. My understanding is there's a one-time appropriation in the supplemental budget.
Okay.
That part JJ, that's a one-time appropriation. This would be an ongoing $4 million per year appropriation. That would, by saying it's ongoing, it starts in the baseline. And so that would be something that they could count on going forward.
So the 4 million, the initial 4 million would be the baseline.
The 4 million, right. The 4 million in this initiative that Senator Carney is talking about would create the baseline going forward. So it would be 4 million in the second year of the biennium, and then that would be the baseline going forward into the next biennium.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Senator Carney, and thank you for remembering to bring this forward to us. I'm not going to echo everything Representative Harnett said, but I agree with all of it. This is like the flip side of the coin to access to justice for the indigent legal folks. And I'll make a motion that we move it in. And let's remember, we have Representative Cardone on the Appropriations Committee, and she's been a big advocate for this type of funding. So hopefully she'll be there helping us. I'm making a motion to move it in.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Is there a second? Representative Sheehan? Thank you. So motion by Representative Evangelos to approve this as a budget initiative, seconded by Representative Sheehan. Is there any discussion on the motion? I am not seeing any. Is the committee ready for a vote? Appears that we are, and thank you, Supi, for calling the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 6 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And Representative Thorne, are you straight ought not to pass, or do you have a different report?
But not to pass.
Thank you. And so the motion carries 7-1 with 6 absences. And we will be forwarding that along to the Appropriations Committee as well. And committee members, I would suggest that when we meet with the Appropriations Committee to advocate for the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services funding, that we also address appropriations on this matter. Is that okay with everybody? Thank you all. Okay, so I'm just going to take a deep breath. So we've been working very hard on our budget report backs. And Peggy, are we ready to move on to language reviews? Is that next, or do we have something ahead of that?
No, I'm ready. If you're ready.
I am. Committee members, is everybody ready? Looks lots of smiles. I think we're ready to dive in.
Okay, so I hope you've had time to look at these. If not, we can spend as much time as you want doing the language review. I'm going to try to do them in numerical order. So the first one that comes up is LD 233. This is an act to provide electronic access to confidential juror information. You had a divided report 3 ways. The majority voted ought to pass as amended. And this, I'm going to share my screen. And this is the amendment to, so if you remember, the bill said that had to provide it electronically, had to provide the information electronically. And this instead says electronically only to those who are admitted to the bar. And the court said, so this is still, we're talking about electronic access and requiring electronic access to confidential juror information. The judicial branch has identified $80,000 in ongoing annual software licenses for a secure hosted internet service. This wouldn't take effect until January 1 of 23. So I think the license fee is the same, whether it's for half a year or a whole year, but that would be starting in January of 2023. So that's the majority. There was a minority report of 4 members that was ought not to pass. And then Senator, I think this is just Senator Kime. Oops, there's the fiscal note. This is Senator Kime's amendment. It's a minority ought to pass as amended, and it was basically allowing the court, so this strikes out the language, it basically allows the court to provide electronic confidential information electronically, but doesn't require the court to do that. So when the court has the ability to do that, it can go ahead and provide the information electronically. So those are the 2 amendments. There's just a fiscal note that says they can absorb those costs on the minority amendment. And the voting sheet is here. So I see that Julie Finn has raised her hand. So maybe I gave you wrong information there. So I'm going to stop sharing.
Thanks, Peggy. And I just did move Julie Finn onto the panel. Hello and welcome.
Thank you. Hello. I raised my hand just to tell you something about the fiscal note. And of course, Peggy did not have anything wrong. There's just a little bit of a footnote I feel that you should know about. And that is that the $80,000 is for the Citrix share file licenses, as Peggy mentioned. We have also requested that amount in the supplemental budget. So we clearly do not need the amount twice. So if the supplemental budget line, and the line in the budget wasn't 80,000, it was more, it was kind of a larger amount for multiple technology costs that you approved last week. So if it comes through in the supplemental budget, we can strip off the fiscal note on LD 233. OFPR indicated that that was the best way to do this, to put it on and then take it off if we don't need it. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Any questions, committee members? That's good to know. So potentially this one would not have a fiscal note.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think that's it. We'll send you back to the attendee part of the meeting. Thanks for joining us. And so Peggy, I'm sorry, I was multitasking. Do we need to revote this?
You do not need to revote this because they were both ought to pass as amended. Well, if you don't want to include, I think you knew there were going to be costs involved when you voted ought to pass as amended. So I'm comfortable with you agreeing that that included an appropriation.
Okay. Is everybody comfortable with that, committee members? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. And any concerns, Representative Arnett?
And just so I'm clear, but that might go away based on what happens with the request in the supplemental. Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
Thank you. But
okay.
Right now, if we vote, if this comes to the floor, it has a fiscal note.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Right.
In fact, it will come. This is how it will come out of committee. It won't come off until the budget's passed, which means if this goes that far, it would be sitting on the appropriations table. The budget passes, then appropriations could amend it to take the appropriation off of this bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, one down.
All right. The next one is LD 840, which is Representative Barry's bill, an act to prevent power line electrocutions. And this was basically getting rid of the indemnification of the power line owner and allocates damages based on comparative negligence of the parties. This is the majority amendment. It is here. Let's go find the. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it on my screen. That doesn't mean you're seeing it. I'm really sorry. So here's that language. It's in Title 35A. The allocation of damages must be based on the comparative negligence of the parties, except that employers of injured persons are immune from payment of damages to the extent provided under the Maine Workers' Compensation Act. So if they're already paying through workers' comp, they wouldn't have the additional payments here or damages. There's no fiscal impact, and here is the voting sheet. So that was 10-4. Does anybody have any questions?
I think so.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. I believe the next one is 1804. This was a majority ought to pass as amended report. This is an act to make no, I picked up the wrong one. This is an act to provide consistency in the laws regarding domestic partners. It makes, the amendment just made a few changes to the bill in taking custody of deceased persons. The hospitals were concerned about just saying domestic partner. They wanted some more information. And I think this was agreed upon language, except we changed that to an or, but so domestic partner means either a registered domestic partner or one of two unmarried adults who have been domiciled together under long-term arrangements that evidence a commitment to remain responsible indefinitely for each other's welfare. So that's the general definition of domestic partners. And then we've also, I'm sorry.
Could you please screen share
Oh
this
my
one, just 'cause
gosh.
I think
I keep thinking I'm screen sharing because I'm
that's
looking at
okay.
it.
We've been
sorry.
jumping back and forth a lot today.
Right. Okay. So domestic partner. This is the regular definition of domestic partner here. Can I highlight it? No, that's the whole thing. But what it has been included to help a healthcare facility understand what the relationship is. It includes evidence of an emotional, physical, or financial relationship with the subject similar to that of a spouse. And so rather than saying emotional, physical, and financial relationship, which might mean a hospital thinks they have to delve into all the aspects of an unmarried couple's relationship, as long as it's evidence of these with similar to that of the spouse, that's all the hospital or the healthcare facility would need to satisfy. In order, this is really to release the body when somebody dies or take possession of it. And the same in this next same definition here. And I flagged that because that's not exactly the same as the Healthcare Decisions Act about who can be a surrogate. There is an and there. This is just saying, here's the information you need to look at. You don't have to prove all these things. You just have to make sure that it was a relationship similar to that of a spouse. So that's a little bit different than what you saw when you voted on this. And then here's the language you voted on that hasn't changed at all, that the Department of Labor shall adopt rules to provide guidance to the application of this subchapter, which is family leave to domestic partners, family medical leave. So that's it. There are additional costs can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. That's the majority report. The minority report is ought not to pass, and that's a 9-5 vote. Okay, I'm going to stop, and you can.
Thank you.
Ask me any questions.
Yeah, does anybody have questions about so this is what we voted on, but changing the and, which suggests you need 3 categories of evidence, to the or, which says any evidence in any one of those categories would do. Is everybody okay with that? For those who voted on the majority? Representative Harnett?
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, there's also new language about the Department of Labor. That was not in the original bill, right?
It was not in the bill, but it was in the amendment.
Okay.
That you voted on.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So the only subsequent change is the insertion of the word or.
Right. There's a little tiny bit of wordsmithing in there by the revisor's office to make it it's yeah, but it's the same thing.
Thank you.
Committee members, any questions or concerns? Is everybody okay with that? The language review? Lots of nodding heads. All right, thank you, everyone.
Okay. The next one is 1856. I had these in order at some point. So 1856, this is one that I think you need to revote because the majority report was ought to pass. This is an act to eliminate conflicts of interest with respect to the payment of fees to bail commissioners. And the bill basically has the state paying the fees of bail commissioners rather than those who have to have the bail commissioner write bail for them. There's a $60 bail fee, but bail commissioners are supposed to go ahead and write bail even if they're not getting that fee paid. And there are counties are authorized to establish funds to pay the bail commissioners' fees. I'm not sure that anybody has actually gone to that process. So what the bill did was say, these folks are doing state work, so we're going to pay them with state money. There is a cost to that. The cost is $1.2 million, and that's an ongoing cost, I believe. So that would be the majority report. You voted ought to pass majority. So if you're going to go forward with this, I would feel much better if you would re-vote it and vote ought to pass as amended to include the appropriation. The minority was ought not to pass.
Thank you. Representative Harnett?
Thank you. I make a motion to pass as amended on LD 1856 with the appropriation being the amendments.
Thank you.
First have to reconsider.
Oh, all right. I'd make a motion to reconsider the majority vote on LD 1856.
Thank you. And Representative Evangelist, is that your second on the reconsideration?
Second.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Soupy this. Yes, you're answering the question before I ask it. Okay, this will be the roll call on the motion to reconsider.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going fast. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member in the negative, and 6 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion for reconsideration passes. And upon reconsideration, Representative Harnett, do you have a motion?
I move ought to pass as amended on LD 1856.
Thank you. And is there a second on the seconded by Representative Evangelos? And any discussion, committee members? This is simply adding the fiscal note. Representative Moriarty?
You just answered my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just to clarify, it's adding an appropriation and the fiscal note.
Thank you. Is the committee ready for the vote? I think we are. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorn.
Nay.
Representative Thorn votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent.
Supi,
Sir.
I think I was looking at the wrong voter tally sheet from the first time around.
The voting sheet from the first time around does have you voting in favor of this, Representative Moriarty.
I was looking at 1857.
You're
the
just
wrong number.
ahead of us.
Sorry, if I could change my vote to an affirmative.
Then Moriarty votes yes.
Yes.
So very much. I will make sure I change that. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member in the negative, and 6 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And Representative Thorn, could you let us know what your report is?
Ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the ought to pass as amended motion carries 7-1. And we will move on to our next language review.
So the next one is 1857. This is an act to prioritize the prosecution of child murder cases. There it is. So if you remember, here, I'll show you the bill. This was the bill. It amended the statute to require the Attorney General to prioritize the criminal investigation prosecution of murder cases in which the victim is under 18. And then it also directed the Attorney General to send a formal request to the appropriate members of the judicial branch. Sorry. The Attorney General shall send a formal request to the appropriate members of the judicial branch to give priority to the scheduling of murder cases when it's a child victim. Let's see, this is the minority ought to passes amended report. The minority report is striking out that statutory change and going with just section 2, except changing it to homicide instead of murder. And there was still a majority vote separate from the bill itself to write a letter to the state police and prosecutors about their applauding their investigation and prosecution of these cases, which is not written yet. There's no fiscal impact. And here is the voting sheet. So it was close. It was six voting in favor of this amendment. Do you have any questions?
Peggy, could you just scroll up a teeny bit?
I hope so.
I actually was just curious.
Oh,
I had voted
voting sheet.
on the ought to pass as amended, and I just wanted to see. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Any questions, committee members? So for those who voted with the minority, is this language okay with you? And it is fine with me. Okay. I think we're all set with that one, Peggy.
Okay, great. So the next one is, we did 856, we did 857, and now we're going to do 1888. And 1888 is Representative Gramlich's bill, and I'm sorry that Representative Poirier isn't here because she had me work on a minority amendment, which I hope you had a chance to look at. So if you remember, this bill did a lot of things about sex offenders. It changed some of the criminal statutes, and it basically said if you are on the sex offender registry, you can't file a motion with the court to change your parental rights and responsibilities until you've gone through this forensic risk assessment. FLAC recommended, and the majority recommended, the majority voted in favor of just getting rid of everything in the bill except giving the court specific authority in a family matters case to order a parent to complete a forensic risk assessment. Either party can ask for it, or it could be the court's own motion to go forward with this. And it needs to be done by a licensed clinical social worker, psychologist, or psychiatrist who is qualified to conduct psychosexual examinations. And the court, in determining whether to order a forensic risk assessment, the court may consider the existence of any court findings of these different sex offenses, the existence of substantiated findings of abuse under Title 22 child protection that involve child-related sex offenses, whether the guardian ad litem recommends the assessment, or any other factor the court considers relevant. It goes on to say the court may order the person performing the forensic risk assessment, so the psychologist or the licensed clinical social worker, to interview the parent who's the subject of the order, but also any other parent of the child, and have access to court documents, records of any interview with the child, and other relevant documents. Court shall order that parent ordered to complete the forensic risk assessment to pay the fees, unless there is another parent who wants to pay the fees because they think it's important to have that risk assessment done, and it won't get done if the other parent won't pay for it. And if there has been one already conducted, the court may order the parent who was the subject of that risk assessment to release the assessment to the court, the guardian ad litem, and another party. So that's the majority report. And what Representative Poirier wanted to look at is it really just focuses on whether, if somebody's already gone through one of these forensic risk assessments in the last year, the court may order the parent to release the assessment, just like it does in the majority amendment. But the court may order the parent to complete a new assessment only if the court determines a new assessment is necessary. So if there's already one on the books that's been done within the last year, then the court has to kind of make a finding that a new assessment is necessary, just not automatically order one. And that was Representative Poirier's recommendation. And I know she was hoping this would be a unanimous report.
Peggy, can you just kind of take us slowly through the majority report and the minority? Is that the only difference?
That's the only difference. The only difference is if there was a prior forensic risk assessment within the last year.
Then the court would have to make a special finding that a new one is necessary.
Right. And it's not even a really special I mean, sometimes findings need to be in writing. This is just if the court determines a new assessment is necessary. And Representative Poirier has signed off on this language.
Okay. And can you show us the voting sheet, please?
Yes. So it looks like it's a three-way report with the majority a larger minority voting ought not to pass, and then I'm wrong. 3 members voting in favor of Representative Poirier's amendment, and then Representative Thorne voting ought not to pass. Can I get this to shrink down a little so you can see the whole thing? There.
Okay. Committee members, and so do you need those who, so it seems like we have 2 paths forward. One is to reconsider and revote and see if the majority wants to join the minority, Representative Poirier's report, and or we can just approve the language review. And Representative Thorne, your hand is up. Go ahead.
I would make a motion to reconsider.
Thank you. And I don't know that you can reconsider because I think you have to be on the prevailing side. Is that correct, Peggy? Yes. Okay.
I still would, though,
Can
if I
you,
was in the majority.
can you let us know, would you change?
I would go with the amended version that Representative Poirier.
Okay, thank you.
recommended.
That's helpful
What it's
information.
worth.
Yep, thank you for sharing that. Representative Babbage?
For the purposes of a committee courtesy, if someone would like to change their vote, I will move to reconsider.
Thank you. And is there a second? Representative Harnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and so we have a motion to reconsider that's been seconded. And so is the committee ready to vote on the motion to reconsider? Appears that we are. And
We need to stop screen sharing if we could.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I am just not with it today. I apologize.
I need to see people and the voting sheet doesn't count. Thank you.
and I've got a couple of hands up. Did you wish to speak before we do the motion to vote on the motion to reconsider? Representative Thorne and Representative Babbage?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. I think we are indeed ready to vote on the reconsideration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
I didn't quite hear. Senator Carney.
Sorry, yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Moriarty. Representative Moriarty is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 7 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion to reconsider passes. Is there another motion on the bill? Representative Harnett?
Yes, I will move the ought to pass as amended as was proposed by Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Representative.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, did I interrupt you, Representative Harnett?
No, you did not.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Thorne. Any discussion, committee members? The vote? Oh, Representative Babbage?
I apologize. I need a clarification as to the positive motion before us.
That's fine. It is the report that Representative Poirier proposed. And Peggy, can you screen share it, please? And thanks for asking for the clarification, Representative.
So the only difference between the two reports, this says that if the parent who is ordered to complete the forensic risk assessment has already done that within the past year, that has to be shared, but the court may order the parent to complete a new one only if the court determines a new assessment is necessary.
And so Peggy, the difference between the two reports is just the green underlined, not all of
Yes.
paragraph 10, but just
Correct.
the underlined part.
Correct.
Thank you.
But I will say, in working with Representative Poirier on this, she helped me reorganize it. So I thought this ended up flowing better than my earlier draft. But so I used that to draft the majority report too. But that's the difference.
Thank you. Representative Babbage, did you have any questions? No, all set. Okay, great. Committee members, any other questions? Representative Evangelos?
Really briefly, I'm in the state office building. I didn't bring my charger. My battery's at 2%. I'm going to go as long as I last here, but I'm ready to vote.
Okay, could we take Representative Evangelos's vote out of order?
You can do whatever you want, Madam Chair.
Let's do it.
Okay. Representative Evangelos.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Moriarty. Representative Moriarty is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 7 members are absent. And that is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the ought to pass as amended on reconsideration passes 7-0 with 7 absences. And I think that brings us to our last language review. Could that be true?
That is true, and it's LD 1904. And unfortunately, this is one that I think you need to re-vote. The majority report was ought to pass and act to make technical corrections to the main juvenile code. This was really technical corrections. It was about allowing the electronic record to be transferred to the SBI or wherever else the court, once the court seals a record of the main, I'm getting confused. It's not just sealing a record. And there is a cost to that. So the majority voted ought to pass. So you would need to re-vote to ought to pass as amended. Right, it is about sealing a juvenile record.
Okay.
Okay, so the So that's the cost, a one-time cost, I believe. And then here's the voting sheet. It was ought to pass with 2 voting ought not to pass.
All right, thank you. We've got some hands up. Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to reconsider the committee vote on LD 1904.
Thank you. And Representative Reckett, are you seconding that motion?
Yes, I am.
Any discussion on the motion? No. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you mind going over the amendment again?
Nope. I'm happy to do that. The only amendment is to add an appropriation section. So I will show that again.
That was 10-8 or?
Yeah, 10,000. I'm sorry, I didn't even say the amount. It's $10,800. It's a one-time programming cost to enable the judicial department to transmit information electronically to the Department of Public Safety. Public Safety houses the State Bureau of Identification.
Is it possible for me to request a corner caucus?
Did yourself?
I'm not. Do you need a brief recess before we vote?
Perhaps that would be a better term. Yes.
Okay. Yes, I think so. But I think we should vote on the reconsideration.
All right.
And then we can take a brief recess.
Okay.
So let's vote on the reconsideration first.
Oh, wait, we lost. We don't have
I was gonna tell him to come over and I have a charger over here.
5, 6. I have a charger. You don't have enough to vote. Let me go see if I can find Representative Evangelos over here with a couple of chargers.
Do you know where he normally is, Peggy?
He's in 221, yes. Okay.
Thank you, Peggy. All right, well, Representative Thorne, if you wanted to just take a moment while we're regrouping, you can deactivate and join us when you're done.
Did I say one? Oh, he's left.
Yep.
No, that's okay. She found him already?
No, I didn't. What do you need?
I was just going to, Representative Thorne and Representative Sheehan, I believe. I have your confirmation files up here in committee. And tomorrow when you come in, if you would come up and get them, or, I mean, it's up to you, really.
I will. Sorry it's taken so long, CB.
Okay. If I have a minute this afternoon, I can bring them down to you, but I'm not positive I'm going to be able to get out of the committee room.
I'll come.
I'll try. Break.
Oh, quorum.
Senator
Senator Sanborn just appeared. She's a quorum.
Senator Sanborn, we are on our last language review, and Representative Evangelos's computer just ran out of battery, and so Peggy was helping him locate a charger, and so we're just on a brief recess.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry that I had to miss a couple of hours today.
Well,
Don't
that's
leave
fine.
now. We can get done.
Okay, this is the best we could do, is to get Jeff here, Representative Evangelos here on my computer. So do I need to change my name, Soupy?
No, he's pretty recognizable.
Okay.
Almost made it.
So close. And in the meantime, Representative Thorne was taking a brief recess, and he is back.
Yeah, that's when I went to zero on my battery.
Wow.
So we're all good now.
Okay, Representative Thorne?
I have one verifying question for Peggy, if she's available.
Yep, I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that this would not apply, that the military recruitment would still have access to someone's overall records.
So I think what happens is a juvenile, if somebody can authorize somebody else to access their records. So
Yeah.
if they're going to a military recruiter, they can authorize them. They can say, I'm authorizing you to access my records.
Okay, and was it just certain criminal violations or all?
This bill is all about juvenile, and it's not all of them can be sealed. And actually, this bill is not, you're good. I forget that I'm fading away. This bill is not changing that. It's just changing the electronic transfer of the information.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Committee members, any additional questions for Peggy? Okay, I might be freezing. My internet is unstable. Okay, so we've got the motion to reconsideration passed, right? Okay, losing track of where we were.
I didn't think you voted that.
Okay, then that is our next step, to vote on the,
We had a motion and a second. We just didn't have Tom.
Didn't have the vote. We didn't have a quorum.
right, because we had technical difficulties. Okay, so we're back together. We don't have technical difficulties, and we're ready for the vote.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Oh, hold on one second. Senator Sanborn, go ahead.
I don't know what bill we're on
Okay.
or what the motion is.
Okay, hang on a second. We're on LD 1904. It's the last one that we're doing a language review on, and this is the technical correction to the main juvenile code.
And it has, the majority report was ought to pass, but it turns out there's a one-time programming cost of $10,800. So instead of an ought to pass, it has to be an ought to pass as amended. So you have to reconsider and revote the majority report.
Everybody ready? Okay, so this is just the motion to reconsider. Is the committee ready for the vote? We are. Go ahead, Soupy, thanks.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentee. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Moriarty. Representative Moriarty is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 6 members are absent. And that is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And so the motion for reconsideration passes. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass as amended on LD 1904 to incorporate the fiscal note and add the appropriation.
Thank you. And Representative Reckitt, did you wish to second that as well?
I did.
Okay. And committee members, any discussion? I am not seeing any, so I think that we are ready for the vote.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Moriarty. Representative Moriarty is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 6 members are absent. And that is the final vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the ought to pass as amended carries 8-0 with 6 members who will be voting over the course of the next 2 days. I did also want to give Senator Sanborn an opportunity to vote on, and I think we still have a quorum here, to vote on the other 2 reconsiderations that we revoted this afternoon. Is that possible to do, Supi?
Yes, it is. And I'm just pulling them. Peggy, do you want to also get in on the 2? I believe I have 1856 and
Yes.
1888.
And 1904.
She just voted.
You're talking about
Senator Sanborn.
just to vote on? Because I think that's right. 88, 1856. And the others were not.
Correct. And if it's easier, I can also see you in the morning.
No, that's okay. I can vote on 1856, which I think was just for the fiscal note. And I've pulled it up and looked at it. So my vote is yes.
Thank you.
And then 1888, I understand it was reconsidered and is now a unanimous ought to pass as amended with the minority report as the majority report. And I'm fine with that. Yes.
Much.
Great.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, Peggy and Supi, anything else that we need to attend to today?
I don't think so, but hopefully will be the amendments. You voted on everything but 2 bills. I'm still working on 2 of the amendments of all the ones you voted. So everything else is moving through the process. So I'll be sending them to you for review, and hopefully we'll still have time to do this. At some point, we'll probably run out of time to do this on camera. So it will take you looking at what I send you to make sure that you don't have questions. And if you do have questions, please raise them and we can always meet to talk about them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will be coming around tomorrow with these bills that you did today for jacket signatures.
Wonderful, thanks. And so committee members will see each other tomorrow in the State House, the dry State House. And then on Wednesday, once again on Zoom in our committee meeting. And I just wanted to answer a question that I've gotten from a couple of committee members. The nomination hearings that we'll be doing on the judicial nominations, those will be hybrid format. And I think that's it. Any other committee business before we adjourn? Okay, is there a motion to adjourn? All right, lots of motions and seconds. All right, thank you, everybody. We will be adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your hard work today.
Have a good day.
Thank you all.